but you shouldn't trust just anyone to protect your biggest assets. That's why we've done the work of finding trusted pros for you. Whether you're looking for home and auto insurance or any other type of coverage, Ramsay can help. Our Ramsay trusted providers have all been vetted and coached to serve you like we would. I'm so confident in their quality service and coverage because I use them myself and recommend them to my team members. Find what you need at RamsaySolutions.com/insurance today. That's RamsaySolutions.com/insurance.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Could your utility bill be going up? Well, APS has proposed a 14% increase for late next year. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center to explain why.
The Arizona Corporation Commission approved an 8% hike for APS in February 2024. Utility CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show they're being proactive to keep up with extreme heat, increased demand, and infrastructure maintenance.
This rate application that we just filed for a rate increase, it likely wouldn't take effect until the latter part of 2026. So by the time you do that, that's about a 5-year spread between the costs that are currently in customer rates and when new rates would go into effect.
Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship opposed the move, adding rates rose more than 13% from 2022 to 2024. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The man accused of shooting 2 Minnesota state lawmakers is in court today. Vance Bolter is in federal custody and will face federal and state murder and attempted murder charges. Police say he shot and killed former Speaker Melissa Hortman, a Democrat, and her husband. And police say he shot and wounded State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Hennepin County District Attorney Mary Moriarty says the investigation still is in its early stages.
We intend to seek first-degree murder charges here. The penalty for that would be life without parole. So we intend to go forward on this case because we are accountable to protect our community and hold people who commit crimes in this county accountable.
Prosecutors say Bolter actually went to at least 4 homes searching for lawmakers. Some of them weren't at home at the time. More attacks overnight in the conflict between Israel and Iran.
New concerns that the United States could be dragged further into the conflict. 2 U.S. officials telling ABC News President Trump earlier rejecting an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. The president hopeful for peace, but saying this conflict may be necessary.
Well, I hope there's going to be a deal. I think it's time for a deal, and we'll see what happens, but sometimes they have to fight it out.
From Tehran to Tel Aviv, civilians now increasingly caught in the crossfire of a conflict that shows no sign of easing.
That is ABC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pinnell in Tel Aviv. Today, the memorial for fallen Apache Junction police officer Gabriel Fosio.
Family, friends, and co-workers shared stories of Officer Fosio, describing him as a fiercely loyal and fun-loving person who was living out his dream of working as a police officer. But his daughter Anna knew him as much more.
Dad, 46 years with you were too short, but every good moment spent with you was the most beautiful moment a girl could ever ask for. You were the first man that showed me what love is, and the first person who showed up.
Fosio was shot responding to a call about a driver brandishing a gun on June 2nd. He's the first officer killed by violence in the line of duty in Apache Junction PD's history. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Queen Creek police have arrested a man after his dogs were left in a hot car and died.
A 40-year-old man faces 2 counts of animal cruelty after leaving his dogs in a parked car for 6 hours at a Queen Creek shopping center. The dogs died as valley temperatures hit 104 degrees on Friday. The police have not released the man's name, and the investigation is ongoing. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
The Maricopa County Department of Public Health is confirming a number of people may have been exposed to measles at Sky Harbor Airport earlier this month. We're told it happened back on June 10th between 5 p.m. and midnight in concourses C and D in Terminal 4. We're told measles can linger in the air for as long as 2 hours after an infected person leaves. Anyone who is on a flight with the infected person will be notified directly. Time for traffic check. Let's go to Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky, those main lines looking pretty good around the valley right now. No major problems there. Do have a crash involving a bicycle. This is at East Broadway and Ventura Drive. This is in Tempe. Also still cleaning up that crash, 21st Avenue and Bethany Home Road in Phoenix. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Our high this afternoon could hit 113 degrees, 84 overnight, 110 tomorrow. Right now it's 110 in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Yep, Joe Huizenga, sad to report Chris Merrill not here.
You're sad? Wait a second.
Oh, let me at least introduce you, okay?
Okay.
I just said Chris Merrill's not here. That voice you just heard who interrupted and just bust right in.
Very antsy.
You know, he's debate king. Steve Goldstein is in for Chris. Now,
I got the middle finger, as you know. So,
oh boy, Becky Lynn.
Yes.
Do you watch Chris's Moment of Merrill's or Moment with Merrill's on Instagram, the Chris and Joe Show? You can see all these. Have you been following iPad Gate?
No, I haven't. Please tell me more. I often do see, the posts, but I haven't seen iPad Gate.
So the last 3 Chris has put up involve an iPad that showed up on his front door.
That's right. I do remember that. He tried to return it, and it just became more of a mess.
Well,
right?
that's what he said. But now, don't you think it's convenient? Chris is out all week, Becky Lynn. His iPad has gone missing. He says it showed up on his front door to some person who was not him, but it was made out to his address. His son and him tried to return it to the rightful owner. A company even came out and said, hey, we're here for the 2 packages. Chris says there was only 1. So they gave him the 1 iPad. And now, conveniently, Chris is not here today. So my conclusion, prison.
Oh,
Prison?
boy, that was fast.
Yeah.
No,
You don't think they litigated and he's already locked up?
That's mighty fast. No,
Yeah.
I
Do you think maybe he's on the lam?
Could possibly. He could have that iPad tucked under his arm.
would it shock any of us? I mean, Chris is a good guy. I mean, he is the originator of the what's the why. But would it surprise any of us, having all been in radio for a very long time, that people who do radio are questionable ethically? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
are you speaking about yourself,
The
Steve?
3 of us
He is,
accepted.
yes.
3 of us accepted, I think.
No, he's definitely speaking about himself. Becky
was
Lynn,
gonna
we
say.
know that when I think ethics,
Oh, that's what I said. 3
I
accepted.
see your
Yeah.
face.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I
The
worked very
Bonneville
hard at
staple.
that.
Yes, you are the voice of reason.
But I will say, I could see, honestly, Chris with that iPad
Yes.
and running for the border, maybe.
The northern or the southern?
Either one.
That's what I was
whichever-
going to say. Is he getting deported?
There you go. So Chris says he's on vacation this week. We will believe you, Chris. We will believe you that you were on vacation. But
Good thing he has that tablet so he can download that CBP app.
there you go.
Get back across.
Hey, he said he turned
Get him
one.
in line.
He said he turned the only one that showed up on his front door back in. But
Well.
we all know there's another iPad out there somewhere.
Probably, do you think it should be called the Ice Pad now instead of the iPad?
Oh, my goodness.
Awfully
It
convenient.
already comes with Signal downloaded.
So a lot more than
Sorry, Joe.
alleged. What are you sorry for?
Just sorry getting in the way. I mean,
No.
you're trying to start this great
well,
program.
we just want Chris to be safe. We want him to enjoy his vacation, whatever he's up to on it, and a lot more than iPads going on in the world. Steve, the budget, and really, you just had to do that, didn't you? I just stood something straight up in the talk studio, and you just had to knock it over.
All right.
From the Arizona Capitol Times, Arizona House Republicans are playing a game of Budget Chicken. Have you ever played Budget Chicken with anyone, Steve?
I've observed it, though.
So Budget Chicken is playing out with their GOP counterparts in the Senate. And on June 11th, the House GOP, on their own, decided to move ahead with the spending plan amid the July 1st deadline for the budget. So we've got both the House and the Senate controlled by the Republicans. Obviously, the governor's office controlled by Katie Hobbs, the Democrat. Typically, the House and the Senate work together, come up with a budget. Then they sit down with the governor. They say, hey, here's what we got. They all put their heads together and they say, hey, look what we did this year. We got a budget. Now we can go home.
That's it. Yeah.
But it's June 16th, last I look. House says, hey, we're done. We got ours all set. The Senate Republicans and Governor Hobbs have been working together on something separately. And they say, Hobbs says, whatever the House did, that's dead on arrival. Yeah. And, man, are they going to get this thing done by July 1st?
They're definitely going to get this done. And that's what makes all of this so ridiculous, Joe.
So you're that confident that they're going to get it done. You don't think they're going to say, hey, we got to go. What do they call overtime? It's when they always go past July 1st. They've done that the last year or so when they go special session.
Special session's different.
Yeah,
though.
okay.
Special session's usually in the middle of the real session.
So if they don't get it done, we get state government shutdown.
Exactly. It's not going to happen. Absolutely not.
You are 100% positive.
I'm 100% positive.
You are willing to put the Goldstein name on the line and say, will not happen.
When I was fortunate enough to fill in for Mr. Broomhead a week and a half ago or so, had TJ Shope, one of the Senate leaders of the Republican Party, who said to me at the time, week to 10 days will be done. So that 10 days is about the middle of this week. I'll give him some grace until Friday.
That they're going to be done with the budget? And it's going to be agreed to?
Absolutely, because that's why the Senate was smart to work with Katie Hobbs on this, because even Matt Gress, who's one of the more active guys in the House for the Republicans, even he said, 85% of what is in our budget is going to end up in the final budget. No problem, blah, blah, blah. It'll definitely get done.
So,
that's what I don't understand why they're just playing these games.
So Senator John Kavanaugh from Fountain Hills, Republican, says the Senate GOP is sticking with their plan to split the $270 million budget surplus in the $17.6 billion budget three ways. House and Senate Republicans would each get $90 million for some of their pet projects, some of what they want to see done. And Hobbs and the minority Democrats would get the other $90 million.
Yeah.
But then you've got Gress saying, hey, that plan really doesn't work when you look at things like first responders, because you're going to have, basically you're all going to just try to pin it off on other groups and say, oh, you know what? Governor Hobbs can take care of the cops and the firefighters, and we're going to get to work on education and some other things that we want to do.
Yeah.
So if you split it 90-90-90, there could be some groups that take it in the shorts and get the short end of the stick.
But they've tried this before, and forgive me, Joe, for not being prepped enough to have the numbers in front of me.
You know, Steve, what were you doing during show prep today?
But what happened is, and this may have been 2 sessions ago, there was an immense amount of money. A lot, I mean, to us, $270 million is a lot in the state budget. It's not a lot more than that, and that was the determination that was made. It was like the Oprah thing. You get some money, you get some money, you get in all these districts, you get little projects, and you can do that. It worked before. That's why they're trying it again.
So they have done this before then?
They have tried this before. It helped the session end, and it even got a lot of Republicans on board saying, wait a second, we can finish
When's the last
up.
time they tried it?
It wasn't that long ago. I want to say 2 or 3 sessions ago.
So 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
See, you just throwing your fancy
I know,
words out there. Sessions.
I'm sorry to use that
words.
lingo. I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm using words.
I say years ago.
You
say sessions.
Years ago. A couple of years ago.
Did you see this this term that was thrown out there as well, that the Republicans in the House, they said that they like caucused the budget or something like that. Did you see that?
Yeah. So caucusing the budget, basically, this is not a rule. But I think it might have been Andy Biggs, maybe our next governor, who when he was Senate president.
Yeah, you know this way better than I do. So what is caucusing the budget?
So in essence, this means that.
But make it sexy. Don't boring this up for me.
All right. So what you want to have.
Dulcet tones. Come on, jazz hands.
What you want to have is if you've got, let's say, 20 Republicans in the Senate, but let's say only 6 of them like the budget, and there are 10 Democrats, and they all like the budget, you're going to be able to pass the budget with 6 Republicans and 10 Democrats. Republicans in the majority don't want that. They want it to be a majority of the majority. That's basically caucusing. Like you meet with your group and say, we got to get all of us, if not all of us on board, 90% of us, because then we don't
didn't
really
necessarily
care if it
take
looks bipartisan.
all the Republicans. They took a select group of them who they knew would all kind of agree.
Well, no, the caucusing means they're all together, but the actual official meaning in that sense is that we want a majority of the majority. So we're caucusing to make sure that our caucus is as together as possible.
So Steve is 100% confident that we are going to see a budget by the end.
100%.
So by July 1st, by the deadline.
Absolutely.
And you said good chance by the end of this week.
I think so.
That we're going to see
think
one.
this weekend.
That might mean I have to give you a phone call if we don't have a budget by Friday, and ask you, hey Steve, what's going on here? So if you're so confident that we're going to have a budget, why are these down to the wire decisions not just a hiccup, but part of the plan all along? That's coming up next with our why. But first, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The U.S. Navy is positioning more assets closer to Israel to assist in its defense.
A U.S. official confirms the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz will now head without delay from the Western Pacific to the Middle East, joined by 3 destroyers in the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group. Currently, 2 Navy destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean, not far from Israel, are capable of bringing down medium-range and long-range ballistic missiles. A source tells ABC News more ships equipped with missile defense systems may soon arrive in the coming days and weeks. They would join a large number of mid-air refueling tankers that have just been sent to the region.
That's ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy in Washington. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Looking for 113 today, 110 tomorrow, up to 114 by Thursday. It's 110 right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
All right, Steve Goldstein in for Chris Merrill. Chris taking some much-deserved time off, and he will be back a week from today. Steve Goldstein in for him. And Steve, you follow all these nerdy budget goings on every year, and it is important.
Yeah.
It's what makes our state go. And they have a July 1st deadline. If they don't get it done, we get a government shutdown here. And yet we're in the middle of June 16th. The House says, hey, we're done. The Senate and Governor Hobbs say, Governor Hobbs in particular says, hey, what the House is working on, that's dead on arrival. We're not going to do that. The House says, hey, most of what we have is going to end up in the budget. Yeah. So you've got one side saying one thing, one side saying another thing, one side not really, the Senate Republicans aren't really saying much of anything other than they're coming at us with this 90-90-90 idea of each group gets $90 million to spend how they see fit. Yeah. But then, Steve, why are these down-to-the-wire budget decisions not a hiccup, but part of the plan all along for what's going on? What are our elected leaders doing to us?
Okay, so I'm going to be super cynical to start, and people who are listening could say, oh, that's ridiculous. Why would they say that? I don't understand why they've taken multiple 2-week-long breaks, Joe, since April or so. We've had a couple of different breaks where
they kind of show up, they say, yeah, you know what, we're not really going to get anything done here, and then they go, because in essence, that's better than just saying, I guess, coming in, doing the prayer, and then saying, hey, everyone go home. Okay. Drive in from whatever county you're in and do this. So my most cynical view of this is that you keep getting paid. Now, we know legislators... Do they get paid even when they're on the break for a couple weeks?
Well, the per diem still must mix in there somewhere because you're extending the session. The thing that throws me off, I mean, we know... do you know what lawmakers make to the state legislators pay?
Not a lot.
$24,000.
Yeah. No, it's pretty lousy.
It's been that for 25 years.
But they also only work for a couple months out of the year. Chris and I have talked quite a bit about that.
Right, but they end up working 6 months of the year.
And when you start to factor in the per diem, the money does look a little bit better with what they make. It's still not Steve Goldstein money.
No, God no. But, so that's part of it. I think they're motivated a little bit by that. But even more so, everything, Joe, is politics, which I know you don't love, but everything is political. So what this comes down to is, what's the point of us ending a session early, especially in a non-election year? That's one of the things that comes up every other year. So 2024, 2026, it's like, well, the session should end earlier this time because we need to get out and campaign. That's not the case this time.
Well, a couple things here. You say, what's the point of ending the session early? We still have that looming D-backs deal out there. That hasn't been settled.
But that's going to have to be part of the budget deal because that's money.
Okay, so but don't they need to kind of hammer that out here? So maybe you get the rest of the budget done and then you sit down and you have some time to focus on something like that.
That's fine. What typically happens is the budget is it. So once the budget gets done, and they will have hammered in some things that got voted down before, and we're going to try to get this in, and it's going to be a rider, and it's going to be this, to smash it all in. I think it's very likely, Joe, that the Diamondbacks is a good example. I think it's very likely that deal has been struck. It's done.
Really?
I think so.
So why haven't we heard anybody leak that or say, hey, that's done?
I think it's because it's going to have to end up being in the whole budget package. I mean, I know there are certain people who are like, but when I say done,
But
I don't
wouldn't
mean
they
100%.
want to toot their own horn and say, hey, look what we did. Look how amazing we are. We came together. We got this D-backs deal done. D-backs are going to be here for a long, long time, and they're going to be happy.
Only because it has to ultimately end up in the final budget deal. So I'm not sure if it does anybody any good to even say that.
See, I think this is how they justify their jobs. Okay. If they did it quickly, efficiently, and easy, we wouldn't be in this mess. So they have to say, oh, we worked so hard. We came together with the governor. Can you believe what an evil Democrat she is? And Hobbs says, guys, can you believe I sat down in a room with all these Republicans, not just the ones from the Senate, the evil ones from the House, too.
Yeah.
We did this for you, Arizona. We got it all done.
You think enough Arizona voters will buy that, huh?
I don't think they'll necessarily buy it, but I do seriously think that is the kind of games that they play. We've already seen that play out. We've seen Hobbs say, hey, I'm working with the Senate Democrats. Yeah. We've seen the House Republicans say, we're going it on our own, but this is all going to come together. So you have the three sides out there. They argue, they go back and forth, they run it to the last minute. It's like the book report that you and I got in school, Steve. So you're in, when did you usually get these? Like sixth grade? Sometimes you even got them in like high school or college too, where first day of class, the professor, the teacher gets up there and says, all right, we need a 3-page, when you're younger, or like 20-page report on, this, that, and the other book. And you think, I got 16 weeks to do this thing. Budget's the exact same way. Budget doesn't have to get done. Very last thing. It's really the only thing.
Yeah.
So it's you're in class. You're like, I got 16 weeks to read this book. Time goes by. You haven't started reading the book. Next thing you know, 2 weeks left. You're like, I got to read that book. I got to get it done. I got to get the report done. And all of a sudden, you just fly through it, get it all done. I'm with you. I think it will get done. But what gives me pause is I'm not saying, hey, get this thing done in April. But why do we have to run it down to the last minute? Because you've got a lot of government employees in the state who are counting on paychecks, who are counting on their jobs. You don't get that budget done. There is a lot of uncertainty going on in Arizona. And I think the politicians love that power. And
that's a good point.
But you've got a lot of people who just want to know that they've got a job to show up for on Monday, and that they don't want to have the fear of, hey, are you guys going to get everything done? Am I going to have a job to show up for on Monday?
That's a great point. But the difference here is that in this particular year, I know what's going on at the federal level. There's nothing going on at the state level for us to worry about this. Like, there isn't any.
So why are they doing this then?
Your book report concept is a good one, but I also think it gives them more and more time. And your party situation is good. Oh, I had to work with them. Oh, I had to work with them.
Yeah.
That also, Joe, what's the most important thing in politics? It's money.
Oh, and Chris always says, follow the money,
sure.
Joe.
So
follow the money.
And that's part of what's the why, probably, when he says, what's the why?
Well,
said, where's my iPad? but I think that's what it comes down to as well, is you're seeing this thing of, boy, the longer we hang out, yes, I had to go through this. And by the way, can you give me an extra $100? And you and you and you and you, so I can win re-election to fight for you.
Well, but aren't there a lot of extra $100 that they're going to be arguing over here?
You know what? I hate to say no. I don't think so. Their biggest disagreements are not budget related. Their biggest disagreements are all those ideological things related to, should transgender people be able to use a bathroom or something. That's really what they're more focused on through much of the session.
All right. Peter Frampton, Steve's favorite, of course, is coming to Arizona Financial Theater for his Let's Do It Again tour on June 25th. Head to the contest page now for your chance to win tickets.
Joe, you.
That was amazing.
Like we
whether our elected leaders down at the State House run it up to the last minute to line their pockets or simply because they can't agree, one thing is certain. They'll find plenty of things to fight about, like Steve just mentioned. One of those issues includes a fight from the past and a plan that clashes with state law. We'll explain next on the Chris and Joe Show. Steve, you weren't here on Friday, but I told Chris, hey, throw out a number between 1 and 40. And, of course, Chris, being a jerk, said 40. The other day, I said 1 to 10, and he said 17. And I said, well, that's how many miles I'm going to do. So I went out and did like 19 and a half miles. Now, do you think I did 40 miles over the weekend, Steve? You know how hot it was outside.
I think once you get started, I'm going to say maybe just short of 40.
Steve, no, I did not come close to 40 miles. No, it was a little hot out. I did about 25 to 30 miles.
All right, that's good.
But the reason I was able to do as much as I did was my Good Feet personalized arch supports. That plantar fasciitis that I had in the past, all gone. My feet have never felt better. Not good enough to do 40 miles in 110-degree heat, but still pretty dang good. Got, 25, 30 miles in. And I got to tell you right now, if you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer right now, the hottest time of the year. I would tell you, don't be outside in that 110-degree heat. Get to the gym or take some time on your couch or do some projects inside the house. And then maybe when the sun goes down, then you can get a few miles in outside. It's the best time to take care of your body right now. Make sure you're doing everything you can to feel your best. Doesn't matter if you want to feel better when you're on your feet at work or if you're putting in 50 miles a week like I do. Get to goodfeet.com. Book your free personalized arch support fitting today. Sun-soaked days, they deserve pain-free walks. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Immigration raids. Are employers next? Because the Trump administration says they are going to take a look at employers. Who's employing these people? The E-Verify system, it's easy to get around it.
I look at the E-Verify system the same way I look at the do not call list. None of it works.
I've been on the do not call list for years.
It's ridiculous.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It is 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Minnesota shooting suspect is now facing federal and state charges for attacks on 2 lawmakers and their spouses that left 2 of the 4 people shot dead. ABC's Melissa Aden on today's court hearing.
Vance Bolter was not present in the state hearing. State prosecutors requested a bench warrant with a $5 million bond on the complaint. That was processed. Federal agents also took custody of Bolter, so he's no longer in state custody, and they're essentially just transferring this case over to the federal government, where we are going to be watching how that case now unfolds.
Now my whole life I surrender.
A fallen Apache Junction police officer was remembered earlier today with a funeral in Mesa. Gabriel Fosio was trying to take a road rage suspect into custody back on June 2nd when he was fatally shot. Fosio is the first Apache Junction police officer to lose his life in the line of duty.
An individual who was infectious with measles was traveling through Sky Harbor Airport.
The Maricopa County Department of Public Health is warning locals about a measles detection. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us now live from the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, the county health department has received word a person infected with measles traveled through Sky Harbor last week. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Nick Staub saying the person is not a local, but others could be at risk of infection.
Who are unvaccinated, may have been exposed to this individual, would be very likely to get measles because it is so contagious. So we're reminding folks to make sure that you're up to date on your vaccinations, that you know your vaccine status.
And the exposure was in Sky Harbor's Terminal 4 and concourses C and D. If you were in those areas on Tuesday from 5 p.m. to midnight, check your vaccination status. And if you do develop measles symptoms, self-isolate and seek medical care. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona will add more than $100 million to its response to the opioid crisis, thanks to a settlement reached by all U.S. attorneys general with drug maker Purdue Pharma. Time for a check on traffic now with Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Slowing in the usual places like the 202 westbound at the Mini Stack, and also in Goodyear, traffic is slow on I-10 eastbound from Saraval to just past Dysart. In Phoenix on 202 northbound near Buckeye Road, you've got a crash there. And look out for some debris in Phoenix on I-10 westbound near 51st Avenue. On the surface streets, you've got a wreck at Bell and Reams in Surprise. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We are definitely into the hot stuff. 113 today for our high temp, 84 overnight. Tomorrow, 110. 111 Wednesday and 114 on Thursday. 112 right now in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Steve Goldstein in for Chris Merrill. I'm Joe Huizinga. What are you shaking your head about over there?
That I can hear myself. I can hear you in my headphones. I cannot hear the return music.
So you hear, I know what you did.
Programmed.
Hey, look on the far left, buddy.
Right.
You see that little yellow button on the bottom?
Get out of there.
Try that.
Get out of Q.
How about now?
Was I in Q?
You hear it now?
That I do.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hear that now?
Nice tune, Pablo. Thanks. Let's keep this rolling.
He likes the spice one, huh? Yeah. Better than Peter
Goldstein
Frampton.
over here, he's messing around, not paying attention,
He's like,
and
Joe, I can hear you, Joe. I can't hear you.
He's hitting all the buttons. He's like, I hear Joe, I hear me, I don't hear.
Board for 20 years, and I don't know how to do it anymore.
You know, your voice is so professional, and yet people need to know that everything else about you is about as unprofessional as you can get.
That is outrageous.
You fake it till you make it.
Oh, didn't I make it already?
Not here. You've made it other places for decades.
But not
very
here?
popular. Not here.
I'm not accepted yet?
You're 100. Oh, believe me.
Okay.
You're accepted.
Okay.
You fit right in with Chris and I. They're like, oh, gosh, guys, really? We're going to let them do this? Are you sure that's a good idea? I don't know. Letting Goldstein in on it, too? Oh, and tomorrow?
Now I feel like part of the club.
Oh, you are.
Okay.
Oh, talking about the budget and what's going on down at the State House. To recap for you, we've got a bunch of adult children who run around down there. You've got the House Republicans who have come up with their own plan. They've already signed off on it. They say, it's good to go.
Yeah, it was 31-0.
Mm-hmm. And then it doesn't even matter what the House Democrats think because they're in the minority. So like, hey, we have a say. Nope, it doesn't matter. Out with you.
Yes.
Then you've got the Senate Republicans and Governor Hobbs who are working on their own plan. They're still hashing out details. They are expected to have something by the middle of this week.
Or by the end of the week, Joe, it's going to be done.
But then you've got to have all three sit down and hash this all out. And that's where the genius to my left, Steve Goldstein, says that's going to happen by the end of this week.
Absolutely. Totally going to happen.
And one of those issues that they're working through and why I am not so sure that it's going to be done by the end of the week, I do think it will be done by July 1st. So Arizona lawmakers are proposing banning in-state tuition for the undocumented. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you say over there. But, Steve, a couple years ago, didn't we as Arizonans vote on a little thing called Prop 308? And didn't we decide that we were going to allow in-state tuition for Dreamers?
Absolutely.
Don't just shake your head, Steve.
This
People can't hear that.
Sorry, this is another sign. I'll let you finish. This is another sign of, and I don't know how this started because this is because ASU and U of A are not Harvard. But for
they're not?
No. But for and
I graduated from ASU, Steve. I thought I went to Harvard.
I wasn't talking the level, Joe. I'm talking about in terms of how much money they have. A private institution. These are public institutions. This happened before the pandemic, where the legislature decided, we're not really going to enjoy funding these universities as much. So this is another sort of clap back at the universities, I think.
So you had the Republican lawmakers. Their idea was, hey, let's deny in-state tuition at the state universities to anyone not here legally. Now, that's becoming a very important word. You mentioned Matt Gress a few minutes ago with the Matt Gresses of the world, and that could apparently clash with what Prop 308 was all about. Because didn't it basically say, hey, regardless of your status, if you've been in Arizona for, what was it? It was 2 years, I think, at least?
I think it was more than that.
Okay. Or in school in Arizona for a couple years?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Okay. So a provision in the House budget approved on June 12th on a party line vote by the House Appropriations Committee would bring an end to schools from using public money to, quote, subsidize, offset, reduce, or mitigate the tuition or fees to any student who is not lawfully present in the United States. Mm-hmm. So the legislation even would prohibit universities from using private dollars to underwrite tuition for those in the same group. Matt Gress, who we just mentioned, is one of the lead lawmakers crafting the package, and he did acknowledge that back in 2022 that the voters had this whole plan that would allow Dreamers, those in the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, to pay in-state tuition if they met certain other conditions. But Gress says that he doesn't believe the proposal runs afoul of Prop 308, which was approved 51-49. So how the heck is this going to happen? He says if there is a conflict, it's going to be litigated.
I mean, that's a safe bet, of course.
Yeah. So undermining the in-state tuition mandate for Dreamers would not further what voters approved. And if nothing else, unified opposition by Democrats precludes supporters of the plan from getting the necessary margin, leaves the question whether what's in the proposed House budget conflicts with Prop 308. Sure seems to me like it does. What Gress says is, we would be prohibiting the universities from using resources to provide tuition subsidies to students here in the country illegally.
Well, I think he's downplaying the dreamer aspect of it way too much.
He said that would be based on 3 separate definitions in the budget, spelling out that those not qualified for in-state tuition include people present in the United States without authorization under federal law. Okay, well, that I mean, DACA is not...
No, DACA has not... DACA is still floating in the ether in some way. It's like, okay, people kind of want it, but then it has not been solidified into law.
A foreign national who's been paroled in the United States by the Department of Homeland Security, or a foreign national who has applied or intends to apply for asylum if the application has not yet been approved. Gress says the leading principle here is if you are here illegally, you should not be getting Arizona public benefits. Sure seems to me like we're heading for a fight with Prop 308. And isn't that so? Is that something that the House is just going to say, you know what? We did get a little fast and loose with that. Okay, we'll back down.
So get ready for the nerd cap to be returned to my hat.
I love you always have your nerd cap on.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
I mean that in a loving way.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So one of the issues here as well is that when there's a measure that is voter approved, and you had a phrase in there about advancing the measure or something like that. I can't remember the exact wording on it, but
it became law,
right? But then lawmakers are allowed to mess with it. But guess what? If it doesn't further the measure, then if it's a voter-approved measure, lawmakers can't touch it. That's why the wording of this is. I mean, we don't want to. We're not attorneys. We don't want to parse every word. But in this, you really have to, because what Matt Gress and some of the other House Republicans are saying is, we can change this. You can't change it. This is law for decades, that you're not allowed to mess with voter-approved measures.
Yeah. On one hand, Gress says the language in the budget could be read so it doesn't conflict with Prop 308. That's based on the argument that DACA status authorizes them to be in the country.
But as we just said, that's not...
So then who are they going to be fighting about over here? Like, isn't the whole point... Like, to me, the Prop 308 was pretty black and white in terms of what it spelled out. So if you say, hey, if you're not in the U.S. legally, now we're going to try to strip away your ability to get in-state tuition, that totally undercuts Prop 308.
But doesn't it feel... absolutely. But in a bigger picture, doesn't it sort of feel like what U of A and ASU have been going through since the Trump administration started, with international students, and are you allowed to have them, or are you not? And do you have a visa, do you not? This all feels like the House Republicans are trying to sort of play to the MAGA base more than the Senate base. Yeah.
My problem with all of it is not even so much is it right or is it wrong. It's trying to undo what the voters put into law.
I mean, lawmakers love to try to do that.
And then the base you mentioned, MAGA is on board with this. If they say, hey, you know what? We don't like what the voters did. Now we want to try to undercut it. But there are lots of things that I don't like that people go to the polls and vote on. At the end of the day, I would say, hey, if that gets signed into law, that is the law, and you shouldn't try to overcome the will of the people. And it sure seems like what the politicians are doing here. And see, I don't want to get rid of the prop and ballot process. I think that's valuable, and I like having a say in some of the things that end up becoming law. And I don't want to just be voting for people and letting them decide it on their own, because then I think it completely becomes a huge mess. So that's my biggest opposition to this, is something was put into law and the politicians have said, you know what, we don't like it, so we're going to try to undo it.
One of the things you guys talk about a lot on this show, the Great Chris and Joe Show, is the ESAs. Guess what? When Save Our Schools did the whole Red for Ed thing a number of years ago and got this ballot measure on, where a pretty good percentage of Arizona voters, I want to say it was 54-46, 55-45, decided we don't want to expand vouchers. But guess what lawmakers decided to do? They decided to go around and expand vouchers because they decided, and some of their biggest supporters did. Again,
follow the money.
Whether you care or not, it's the money, and then it's against the will of people.
It's not just about setting law with the budget. It's about wresting control away from the other side. And they've got what the other side wants. So let's throw that in the budget, too, and try to gain more power, too. It's not just about money, Steve. It's about power. Who's got it and who wants it? It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
To protect our customers' reliability against extreme weather,
APS has proposed 14% rate hike to keep up with infrastructure maintenance. CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show current rates are based on costs from about 4 years ago. Buckeye retiree Wendell Mukes says a double-digit increase doesn't make any sense, especially when you're on a fixed income. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Wi-Fi. Speaking of heat, 113 today, you're going to need that AC. 84 overnight, 110 tomorrow, but climbing up to 114 by Thursday. Right now in Avondale, it is 112 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. a team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Happy Monday, and we're going to go right to the source. We're heading to Washington, D.C. It's Mondays with Meghan. Meghan McCain joins us, and we're going to find out exactly how this Israel-Iran war is playing out in D.C. Check us out today at 4. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
The phenomenal Bruce St. James there from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We'll check in with them in about an hour, see what they've come in with. Pete Pablo, just forget everything I said during the break about being better without Chris. Words, not my forte.
The Outspoken show, that's what you were trying to say, right?
No, I jumbled up some other words. Hey, I'm Joe Huizenga. He's Steve Goldstein. He's not Chris Merrill.
No. But I know what the Y is.
He's still Pablo Rios, and he's the best looking and smartest amongst all of us. Pablo, do you want to drop some Spanish on us right now?
Not today. Ahora no. Steven es el más guapo de nosotros. Steve's the most handsome out of all of us today.
Muy bien. There
Most
you go.
days I am, but today,
Yeah.
So go to youtube.com, the KTAR.com channel. You can see Steve's
Yeah, my wife agrees with you.
handsome face.
So thanks.
Oh, man. The KTAR News YouTube, let me tell you, it's popping right now. If you haven't checked it out, you got to go there because, we are on YouTube. You can watch, you can listen to our show, you can catch exclusive interviews, the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel.
Most important thing
right now.
Get to see Joe's latest sport coat.
Well, I've had this one for a while.
I know, but it's
you like this one?
Yeah, it's reminiscent of, I think it's combo Vegas and placemat. I think it's kind of a
Vegas placemat.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming up after 3 o'clock, we're going to talk about some lovely organizations that I can't stand.
Right. I can't wait. I know what the first one is. I can't wait to hear what the second one is.
But before we get there, we're working our way through budget shenanigans down at the State House. And one thing that I noticed, I saw this over the weekend. You've got Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap, who's a newly elected county recorder, and you've got the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. And they're fighting over who handles our elections. Who's got the power when it comes to the elections. And one significant, this from the Arizona Mirror, I believe, one significant amendment to House Bill 2947 approved Friday evening would give more control to county recorders when it comes to funding and oversight of elections. Some of the changes are clearly aimed at tipping the scale in an ongoing feud between the Republican-controlled Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap, who is also a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
So we're packing this in the budget, too, of Heap and some of his former buddies from the House and the Republicans say, hey, you know what? We don't want the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors to have all this power. We want to give it back to the recorder now that Justin's there.
Now, good. We're talking budget, which is important. But I can tell you my favorite part of this thing.
Yeah.
So last August, when a bunch of these incumbent Republicans on the Board of Supervisors and County Recorder Stephen Richer lost in the primary.
Yeah.
But they still had a few months left in office. And they were thinking to themselves, and Stephen Richer knew it was going to be Justin Heap who was going to be the inevitable recorder.
Yeah.
So Richer, and it was very public, but got together with some of the outgoing board supervisor members, and they decided, you know what, this might be a good time to modify how these things work and how the elections work to push. Now, the board's already had some power with elections. It wasn't totally new.
Right.
But to give them a little bit more of the power just in case, so we wouldn't have certain fights.
Even though Richer was the recorder, he said, you know what, if I'm not going to be here, I don't need this power, so let's give it to the Board of Supervisors.
I don't know whose idea it was, but absolutely you had two. You had Bill Gates, who was just leaving of his own
and
accord.
Richard knew he wasn't going to be there,
Absolutely.
so why is he going to fight it?
Exactly. And they were thinking, this is going to complicate things.
Not the biggest Heap fan.
Well,
Richer was.
Heap was one of those, can we put him in the quote-unquote election denier camp?
Yeah.
And Richer
he said Heap has said that's not the case.
Right.
But Richer and Heap certainly were not buds either. Exactly. So it's not as though Richer's saying, hey, I want everything to stay exactly the same way it was for County Recorder Heap as it was for me.
Right. That's it. And that was well calculated, I think. And now you're seeing this extra money coming from some of Heap's friends in the legislature to say, wait a second, we'll give you $4 million directly. Which also seems not that kosher, but yeah.
So how's this all going to play out now? Because you've got Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee. She calls this latest lawsuit from Justin Heap absurd. She says that, no, we're going to keep this power. Heap says, well, what the heck? Come on, Richard just had it. I want it back.
Yeah.
So who's going to win this one, Steve?
Well, another quick thing is if we go to break, County Attorney Rachel Mitchell actually contacted Justin Heap's attorney, who then said, no, because he's an elected official of Maricopa County, you have to go through me first. So you don't really have a client yet. So that's fun to watch, too.
So there's another fight there, too.
Exactly.
With the top prosecutor.
I would say the supervisors and the top prosecutor are going to win this one. It doesn't mean there won't be a little bit of money there for Justin Heap, though.
Hey, my best friends are at it again, and they want more of your money. We'll tell you how deep they'll dig into your wallet to keep EPS happy next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You know, when I first got married, I stepped into a wild ride. 3 kids and a beautiful wife and mom who worked remotely. So we needed rooms. That meant a big house. Over the last 21 years, we've watched our kids grow into young adults, and they moved out. Now, I still have a beautiful wife who runs her own business from home, but no kids. And honestly, we had too many rooms. So we downsized. If I had known then that selling a big house to find a smaller one with a better view would have been such a pain, we might have just stayed put. Then again, if I had known about Orchard's Move First Sell Later program, we could have been into the new place in no time and not even worried about selling the old one because Orchard would have taken care of it for us. See, Orchard gives you cash for your home so you can get into that cute little cottage with a water view and a squirrel that pops by every morning to say hello. And then Orchard takes over all the stressful stuff by doing the repairs and the upgrades to the old house, and they sell it for you. Most of the time, they sell the home for more than the cash they gave you for the first place, which means you get another check. It's so easy. Get into that cute new forever home easier than ever with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth with their free home valuation at Orchard.com. Really couldn't be easier. Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security. I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
It's Gatos. Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only when you mention Gatos at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Could your utility bill be going up? Well, APS has proposed a 14% increase for late next year.
The Arizona Corporation Commission last approved an 8% hike for APS in February 2024. Utility CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show they're being proactive to keep up with extreme heat, increased demand, and infrastructure maintenance.
It likely wouldn't take effect until the latter part of 2026. So by the time you do that, that's about a 5-year spread between the costs that are currently in customer rates and when new rates would go into effect.
However, Buckeye retiree Wendell Mukes calls a double-digit increase ridiculous.
Yes, I am on fixed income, and, that is going to hurt my budget.
Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
An individual who was infectious with measles was traveling through Sky Harbor Airport.
The Maricopa County Department of Public Health has received word that a person infected with measles traveled through Sky Harbor last week. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Nick Staub saying the person is not a local, but others could be at risk of infection.
Between 5 and midnight, individuals who were in Terminal 4 of Sky Harbor between both concourses C and D may have been exposed.
The department's urging people who may have been exposed to check your vaccination status, and if you do develop measles symptoms, self-isolate and seek medical care.
Now my whole life I surrender.
A fallen Apache Junction police officer was remembered this morning. Gabriel Fosio was shot and killed on June 2nd while trying to take a road rage suspect into custody. Anna Fosio remembers her father for all of the good he left behind.
My dad was the most determined and hardworking man that I have ever known. He had a saying that goes, never take no as an answer. And boy, did he live by that saying.
Fosio's the first Apache Junction officer killed in the line of duty. Britain naming the first female head of the MI6 spy agency.
Britain appointing career intelligence officer Blaise Metrowelli as the first female head of the foreign spy service known as MI6. 47-year-old Metrowelli previously served as the agency's head of technology, known as Q. She joined the Secret Intelligence Service in 1999 and has spent most of her career serving in operational roles in the Middle East and Europe. This is the first time the agency will be led by a woman since it was created 116 years ago. Inez de la Cuetera, ABC News, at the Foreign Desk.
It's time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 16th, and back on this day in 1884, the first roller coaster in America opened. It happened at Coney Island in Brooklyn, New York, known as the Switchback Railway, and it was the brainchild of Lamarcus Thompson. It traveled approximately 6 miles per hour, and it cost a nickel to ride. The new entertainment was an instant success. By the turn of the century, there were hundreds of roller coasters around the country. Between 1897 and 1904, 3 amusement parks sprang up at Coney Island: Dreamland, Luna Park, and Steeplechase. By the 1920s, Coney Island was reachable by subway, and summer crowds of 1 million people a day flocked there for rides, games, and sideshows. Just like all the fun, roller coasters and amusement parks experienced a decline during the Great Depression. And in 1955, the opening of Disneyland in Anaheim, California, signaled the rebirth of the roller coaster. And it all started when the first roller coaster in America opened, back on this day in 1884.
Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Heather Larson, who is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's start in the East Valley. 60 eastbound at the 101. There's some definite slowing there. In Phoenix, there's a crash on the 202 loop northbound. That's going to be near Buckeye Road. A disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of I-10 eastbound near East Buckeye Road. And also some debris to look out for on I-10 westbound near 51st Avenue. As for the surface streets, on the west side, we go to Tolleson, where there's a car fire at 99th Avenue and Roosevelt, and in Surprise, a wreck at Bell and Reams. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launching your business with Arizona Business One Stop is easier than ever. A free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84 should be our overnight low. Now, tomorrow's high, 110, 111 on Wednesday, but back up to about 114 by Thursday. Currently in Phoenix, it's 112. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Pablo's just rolling them out today.
Hey, that voice you just heard is Steve Goldstein. No, he always has the best jams, but I wish he wouldn't have done this. He should have played something that would have gotten me in a ticked-off mood, because this makes me want to say nice things about APS.
What if I did this?
No, that does nothing to me right now. No, so APS, they're coming for more of your and my money. 14% more they say they need in a rate hike, of course. And the net monthly bill impact will be about $20 a month that APS.
That's
no, you just roll your eyes there?
At how much that is, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That is really lousy.
Yeah.
Is
that something we blame on Joe Biden? Anything it's inflation? I'm sorry.
No, I don't think we can. So Ted Geisler, the CEO of APS, was on with Broomhead a little bit earlier today, and when I was rolling into KTAR, Geisler was explaining to Mike, hey, why the heck all of this is necessary. And let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, of course, Mike. And look, we realize it's never a good time to have to raise rates for customers, but it's also important to understand that we spend over $2 billion a year every year investing to strengthen Arizona's grid, to protect our customers' reliability against extreme weather, and to ensure that they have the energy that they need when they need it the most. And the fact is, current rates have not kept up with what it actually costs to operate the grid to ensure its reliability. In fact,
see, my question on that, and we reached out to APS. Pablo, they didn't get back to you, did they? APS did not get back to you at all. I know that we do appreciate
They did get back to me just right before the show.
Yeah.
He was not available. He's on a tight schedule today.
It's all good.
But we are trying to get him on sometime during this
Great.
week.
And we appreciate that he came on with Broomhead. And I don't want to beat him up, but I do have some very honest questions for the CEO of APS and for the Arizona Corporation Commission as well. You just heard their CEO right there from APS, Ted Geisler, and he says, we got $2 billion that we're investing every single year. We've got extreme weather that we're dealing with in Arizona. I get all that. That's not my beef. My beef is, I think Arizona, from an extreme weather standpoint, has things pretty good here. I haven't seen. Yes, I've lived out here 25 plus years, Steve.
Yeah.
I've seen some very harsh dust storms, but for the most part, I think Arizona, when you think extreme weather, doesn't have to deal with it as bad as other states. And he says, "Hey, we're kind of behind the eight ball here." Whose fault is that? How is that me, the customer's fault, to have to come up with that money? Shouldn't APS have to invest a little bit better and make some better, wiser decisions? Why is it always when these companies need money that they get to reach into our wallets and say, hey, you know what? We need another 5%. Hey, we need another 14% in this case. How do they always just get to come for our money? Mr. Geisler, I understand as the CEO of APS, you need to get the money for your company, but who's standing up for me?
Well, the Corporation Commission is supposed to.
And how's that went the last few years? Because usually it seems like APS will ask for one of these big fat rate increases of, lo and behold, about 14%. And then, newsflash, I'm telling you, this is how this one's going to play out. You know the politics really well because you've lived in that field pretty well, Steve. I think you know how the game with APS and the Corporation Commission goes pretty well, too. They ask for 14%. The Corporation Commission says, whoa, 14%, guys, that feels like an awful lot. We're going to give you, how about 6 or 7%? And they say, oh, okay, 6 or 7%. So, and then the Corporation Commission goes, we've stood up for you, Arizona. We made sure that evil APS only got 6% more of your money this year and 6% more next year and 6% They just got a rate increase last year.
Yeah.
This is going to happen every single year.
This is an issue sometimes, too, Joe, when it comes to a utility that is actually, under Pinnacle West, a for-profit company. Because if we look at the profit margins they've had, they just keep growing and growing and growing. And I think that's, you've got a list of questions. If Mr. Geisler had been on, you would have asked him. One question I would have loved to have asked is, okay, explain this to us. I think most of the listeners to KTAR are capitalists. They understand that a corporation should be able to make money.
Yeah.
But if the money you're making is always on the backs of your customers, does that make sense?
Oh, it does for them.
Right. For them, it does.
It does for them.
Explain it to us better as to why. Have you not planned well enough?
Yeah.
Are costs going up? Did you not support alternative energies like a lot of people in Arizona would like to have, especially in Phoenix?
Yeah. How about some wind? How about some solar?
More solar.
I've got solar up on my roof.
Yeah.
You're telling me that there's nowhere where you can. And I know there's a program that APS has where even they will put solar up on people's roofs and tap into that as well. Could we be pushing some more of that? What could we be doing? Because it's not just a little frustrating. It is incredibly frustrating as a hardworking Arizonan to feel, and it's not just APS. It's a lot of companies out there. Well, sorry, we need to raise rates 3%. Sorry, we need to raise rates 5%. Sorry, we need to raise rates 14%. Sorry, we need to raise rates 20%. I know there's been some crazy things with water in the state of Arizona where when it deals with why am I blanking on the term? Not the water department, but essentially where some cities have said, hey, we need to raise rates bigly for the water in Arizona, and they've seen dramatic increases. And I get it, but guess what? When I go to my boss and I say, hey, I would like a 20% increase to offset what APS and cable and water did to me this past year, you know what my boss goes? Hey, guess what? We don't have any money for you. We're not making extra dollars. So I have to just come up with it out of my pocket.
Going back to APS just briefly.
Yeah.
Here's the incredibly frustrating thing, not just about APS, Joe, but we don't have a choice. Guess what? I'm not saying competition's always good, but most of the time it is.
Yeah.
And this is one of those cases where if you live in APS territory, you can't call SRP and say, you know what, I would be SRP or vice versa. So therefore, if these rates go up, hey, pay them or have your power go out and have your air conditioning go out and maybe drop dead.
Yeah. I am
slight exaggeration.
No, but I am a big fan of competition, and I know it's that way throughout most of the United States. Where hey, this is who your power company is. But when we have both SRP and APS in the state, I understand why they like it the way that they have it. Because, hey, we've got our customers and we can just hike the rates on them every single year. But imagine if they had to compete. And imagine if Steve and Joe and Becky Lynn and Pablo and you had a choice. Even if it was just a choice of two, imagine if you had some options out there. And I have a whole list of questions for Ted Geisler. I mean, what would it take for you to give money back to your customers and reduce those rates instead of increasing them year over year?
Well, that was a great phrase, and do I have it in front of me or not? I'm not sure if I do, but Geisler initially said something about in asking the Corporation Commission for the hike, we want to have this freedom in case of a hike or a decrease, or an increase or a decrease. And we're kind of, decrease? What? Come on.
No, but I'm serious about that.
No, I agree with you, but when's that going to happen?
Well, I can tell you when that's really going to happen. I don't remember a decrease. I remember at times where some things have been litigated and APS has had to hand some money back to people, but it wasn't as though it was a decrease. It was that the Corporation Commission or others ruled against the power companies and said, this is not going to go in your favor. You need to give that money back to them. We feel you overcharged them.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a decrease. That's a different case. To your credit and what you said, Steve, I think there's a lot of sense in that of, hey, you've got your investors. How about you invest a little bit better? Because it sure feels like every time you need to invest, you come to me, the customer, and say, hey, we need more of Joe's money.
Yeah.
We need more of Steve's money.
Yeah, we're overdrawn. Hey, Joe, listen, I need an extra $20 from you.
I really want to know what they say to the mom and dad or the person who's living on a fixed income right now who didn't get a raise. They're struggling to make ends meet. They don't have 14%. And I'm sorry, Mr. Geisler, but save me we have programs online that help you figure out your best rate plan. Guess what? I've used them. I've looked at them. I'm supposedly on my best rate plan. A 14% increase, no way to put it other than it just plain sucks. There's no way around that. So spare me the sermon about how I could look on APS.com and find my best rate plan. Okay, where's the one that will save me another 14%?
Exactly.
Because every year or two I go through and I look at my best rate plan and it says I'm on it. And my rate's going up.
I know we've already done enough politics today, but I've got to throw this out at you. So we see
is it going to make me throw up?
I don't know, but we see the. So,
I don't care, Joe. Just
I do
puke
care
over there.
So Commissioner Nick Myers, who spearheaded this change for APS being able to ask for an increase on a yearly basis, annual basis. Okay, so Nick Myers and one of his colleagues, Joe, as of last week, are already being primaried by more conservative people. Partly because of the electricity policy and rate policy, but then also because they're not putting in enough of support for President Trump's policies, including reopening a coal plant for $2 billion.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of faith in the Corporation Commission overall here, I got to tell you.
No, nor do I. And you mentioned Nick Myers, the Corporation Commissioner. Love him, too, because he says that we actually want this, that we want the plan that he's pushing for potential yearly rate increases. He says we don't want to have a massive jump in rates every 3 to 5 years. Well, what's a 14% increase? That's not massive. Yeah. You want $20 more from me every month? That sure feels pretty massive. Well, it just feels like going to yearly. It feels like, so I'm going to get 6% every year instead of 15% every 3 years, or in this case, 14%. So are you telling me if we waited 3 years, you're going to ask for like 40%?
Yeah, but Joe, isn't this great? This gives us a chance to plan our budget in advance because we know our rate's going to go up.
No, this is not great. No. There's an organization out there that drives me even crazier than APS and the Corporation Commission. Those two, they're up there, though. They've been deep in your pocket and your wallet for years, even after supposed reforms. We're going to talk about them next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Israel struck Iran's state-run television station during a live broadcast, forcing a reporter to run off camera following an explosion after Iran fired a new wave of missiles at Israel that killed at least 8 people. Israel warned hundreds of thousands of people in the middle of Tehran to evacuate today ahead of the strike against the TV station, which the military said provided a cover for Iranian military operations. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We'll see how those roads are looking this afternoon. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic slowing on Valley freeways and all the usual places, but let's dig into what that really means. In Phoenix, you got debris blocking the center lanes on I-10 westbound. That's near 59th Avenue. And then on the 202, there's a crash on northbound. That's near Buckeye Road. City streets now, we've got crashes in Phoenix, one at I-10 westbound and 40th Street, and another wreck reported at McDowell and 44th Street. And finally in Tolleson, an earlier car fire may still be fouling things up at 99th Avenue and Roosevelt. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're expecting clear skies and a low tonight of 84 and a high tomorrow of 110, but right now it's 114 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Happy Monday, and we're going to go right to the source. We're heading to Washington, D.C. It's Mondays with Meghan. Meghan McCain joins us, and we're going to find out exactly how this Israel-Iran war is playing out in D.C. Check us out today at 4. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I'm Joe Huizenga. He's Steve Goldstein on the KTAR News app. Right now, get that thing out. You can tap on the microphone button, Steve. You ever do this? And I have not seen you leave Chris? John Kreese? The Karate Kid character? Or Chris?
Kreese and Jow Show?
Yeah, he is. You have not left us a message. If you say something insightful, funny, crazy, we might even play it on the air, Steve.
Messages, but they're private.
Steve, we want it to the KTAR News app so that all of the beautiful audience across the valley can hear it. Not just to Chris and Joe. We know the text messages you send us. It's like, ugh. Guys, terrible again. F-. More Steve, less Joe.
Absolutely never. Always give you guys an A+. Always.
Have you figured out what group out there I can stand less than APS and also the Corporation Commission yet?
I can only think it has something to do with because you're a guy who's in entertainment.
I'm
guessing it's something where you had to pay too much for something that you wanted to go see something. Like
did you really cheat and look ahead, or do you just know that?
I don't know. I know you're a sports fan.
It's not sports.
Okay.
No. So last night, concert in town.
Okay.
Pierce the Veil. You heard of them?
No.
Okay. So, no, Joe, I have not.
What do they play?
They play rock. I mean, kind of like emo kind of rock, I would say.
Oof. Okay.
Oof. What do you mean, oof?
You go ahead. That's not
like
my kind of stuff.
You familiar with My Chemical Romance?
Yes.
Kind of like that.
Okay.
So let's rewind here, Joe, and explain to Mr. Goldstein what happened.
Okay.
Months ago, I buy some tickets off of StubHub, but that person had bought the tickets off of Ticketmaster. Okay? So you following me here?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know the person off of StubHub who I got them from.
Okay.
But somebody buys them from Ticketmaster, lists them on StubHub. So they pay the fees to buy the tickets, and then they go to StubHub. StubHub, of course, has all the rigmarole that they do. I took these tickets, and I sat on them for a few months, and I was going to go to the concert, and at one point, I'd given them to a friend. My friend ends up getting back to me, says, hey, I got some other tickets. Hunky-dory, everything's good. So I'm starting to look at the weather, and I don't know about you, it was a little hot last night, and this concert was at the Talking Stick Pavilion.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes. All right.
Which is not exactly an indoor venue. Phenomenal venue, holds like 20,000 people. There are robust fans out there. They do what they can. But it's, what was it yesterday? 113, 114 degrees. Mm-hmm. It was hot. It was above 110 outside in Arizona. So I was prepared to go, but I also had listed the tickets. And at the last second, I'm literally getting ready to head out the door. My tickets sell. And I'm looking, and I'm like, okay, I listed these tickets for one price.
Okay.
I'm getting a lower price than what I listed them for. And I had looked online earlier too, and I saw them listed at a higher price than what I listed them for. So you following me here?
Yes.
So let's just say,
oh boy,
let's just use some round numbers here. This is not exactly what happened, but let's say I listed them for $130. Online, they display it like $165, and then Ticketmaster says, "Hey Joe, after these sell, you will get $100." You seeing where I'm going with this?
Oh, yeah.
So I started digging around online, and I know all this, and it's frustrated me before. When you sell tickets on Ticketmaster, the seller generally pays a service fee for using the resale platform. Ticketmaster also charges fees to the buyer, and those fees are often shared between Ticketmaster, the venue, and other parties involved in the event. My problem with this, though, is doesn't Ticketmaster already ding the buyer who originally bought the tickets and listed them on StubHub?
Is there a triple dip here by Ticketmaster?
There is a lot of dip going on here. So they charge that guy or gal who originally bought the tickets to buy them. Then they do whatever with them. And then I go back, and then they're hitting me again, and they're hitting the person who bought them off of me. Right?
So yeah, but at that point, once even you're right out the door, you find out the tickets are gone now.
Yeah.
And see, it's too late at this point, even if Ticketmaster's potentially,
so
screwing you over.
Here's my beef with this too. I went back into our archives a couple of years ago. Here's Andy Field from ABC News talking about Ticketmaster and their all-in pricing. Let's see here. Come on, Andy. Speak up a little bit.
You see it when you pay to see a concert. There's the ticket price. Then all those add-on venue, service, convenience, and other fees you don't see till you get the bill. President Biden says the largest concert ticket seller is changing that.
Starting in September, Live Nation will automatically list all the prices up front.
SeatGeek, Airbnb, and others doing the same, but it does not mean anyone's lowering their prices. You'll just see them all at once when you click buy.
Exactly. So they're not lowering the price at all. They didn't lower anything for you. They just said, hey, here's everything we're going to take from you. So is that more transparent?
Yes.
So
yes. Let me know.
Yeah. But
let me know.
Okay. Yeah. So they did let you know. They still take it from you, though.
That's fine.
And then here's the former AG, Merrick Garland, on the fees and what was going on, too. This is from last year.
Ticketmaster can impose a seemingly endless list of fees.
Get ready, Pablo.
On fans.
Here we go.
Those include ticketing fees, service fees, convenience fees, platinum fees, price master fees,
that's Pablo.
Per order fees, handling fees, and payment processing fees, among others.
Pablo, you are the price master, in my opinion. You get the price master fee. What the heck is going on here? Because, again, I don't mind if you charge me a fee when I buy the ticket originally, and if I go to sell it on the Ticketmaster platform, I understand that I'm being charged to use that service. Yeah. But then why is the person who's buying the ticket off of Ticketmaster getting dinged when you already dinged me in the first place to buy the ticket? Am I making any sense here?
Almost sounds like a tariff.
Why are you reselling? Just go to the show.
It was 114 degrees. I didn't want to go to the show.
Go to the show, dude.
Yeah, but he should be able to have this freedom, Pablo. Come on.
Of what?
Of being Joe.
No, I really don't think I'm asking for too much here. And I understand, hey, it's my fault because Ticketmaster does it, but I just want to look out for the little person. That's all.
It's the same as 30 years ago before electronic tickets, when scalpers were sitting at the, you would take your tickets to the scalpers and you weren't going to get that much.
Yeah.
It's not the same, though.
No.
It's not the same at all. They tack on all these additional fees, and now they've decided, well, we'll take the fees once, we'll take the fees twice. Heck, if you're going to keep selling, we'll take the fees 3 times. We'll just keep taking the fees. Let's go.
Just stop going to the shows, Joe.
Just stop reselling.
Just stop going to the shows. You know what? I should have just sat at home and been a loser.
TV and watch a concert there.
I just bought tickets to a Live Nation show. It's going to be out at that amphitheater, as a matter of fact. They were $122 each was the ticket price. I bought 3 tickets and it came out to like $450. After.
Wait, but come on, you got the all-in pricing, Pablo.
I did.
Didn't they tell you exactly what it would be?
I would have rather known what I'm getting at,
the whole fee shenanigans.
Yes, the whole fee shenanigans.
That's what they're supposed to do.
They should do that.
Yes.
Not give me $122 and then my ticket's really $180.
Correct. Exactly. Right. Hey, beat the summer heat and join us, Arizona Talks, annual 4th of July celebration at the Deuce in downtown Phoenix. Our own Patricia Valencia is going to sing the national anthem during this patriotic celebration on June 28th. This event brings together elected officials, local media, business and civic leaders, and families for a day of meaningful connection and celebration. Head to the contest page on KTAR.com to learn more. And Arizona City has cracked the top 10 list for a good reason. But will their relic even be around in 10 years from now, or will it just become a thing of the past? That's coming up next in the Headline Valley on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This summer, there is still time to transform your backyard with Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is offering a free travertine deck upgrade with every Dolphin Pools package. Elegant, high-end travertine at no extra cost. It's one of Dolphin Pools' most luxurious upgrades, and it's yours free for a limited time. A show-stopping outdoor escape built by Dolphin Pools, an A-plus trusted expert with rave reviews. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
So the best thing to do, the safest thing to do is to be vaccinated from measles.
A traveler infected with measles came through the valley as local health officials urge caution. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with the story.
Yeah, Becky, on Tuesday last week, a traveler went through Sky Harbor infected with measles. If you were in the airport on June 10th, you may be at risk for infection up to 21 days from exposure. County Chief Medical Officer Dr. Nick Staub adding,
individuals who are not vaccinated for measles and who were at the airport on June 10th, Terminal 4, concourses C and D between 5 p.m. and midnight.
And if you're not vaccinated and were in that area, these are the symptoms to look out for.
Symptoms of measles include high fever, cough, runny nose, red or watery eyes, classically a rash that begins on the face near the hairline and then moves down the body.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona will receive up to $108 million over the next 15 years as part of a settlement agreement reached by all U.S. attorneys general with drug maker Purdue Pharma. In a statement, Chris Mays says she's proud to have secured the cash to fight the opioid crisis in our state, accusing the owners of Purdue Pharma for worsening the nation's opioid crisis. In all, Arizona has now secured more than $1 billion from companies blamed for the crisis. The U.S. Navy is positioning more assets closer to Israel to assist in its defense.
A U.S. official confirms the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz will now head without delay from the Western Pacific to the Middle East, joined by 3 destroyers in the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group. Currently, 2 Navy destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean, not far from Israel, are capable of bringing down medium-range and long-range ballistic missiles. A source tells ABC News more ships equipped with missile defense systems may soon arrive in the coming days and weeks. They would join a large number of mid-air refueling tankers that have just been sent to the region.
It is time to check on traffic now. Let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Heather Larson.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. That crash still causing problems. That's on the left shoulder of I-10 westbound near 43rd Avenue. Another one on the 202 northbound. That's near Buckeye Road. Pretty slow there as well. In Scottsdale, a new crash reported at Frank Lloyd Wright and Pima. That's going to be just east of the 101. Crashes in Phoenix, one at I-10 westbound and 40th Street, and another at McDowell and 44th Street. Traffic brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try their burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies. Our low 84 degrees, 110 tomorrow and 111 on Wednesday. But by Thursday, 114's in the forecast. It's 111 right now in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The budget deadline is approaching. Will they get a budget done in the state of Arizona? We talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Touching on the other big headlines and asking life's most important questions, let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
If you're watching the KTAR News YouTube channel right now, you got to see Steve yank his headphones right out of the console as he got so excited volleying.
Come on.
All right, Steve.
What do you got?
I'm going to throw a little story from the news, a little question your way, see what you've got over there. Scottsdale Fashion Square recently ranked in the top 10 on a list of best malls in the U.S. Do you see this?
I did see that.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
So the mall was ranked number 6th in the Best Mall category as part of USA Today's 2025 Reader's Choice Awards. Scottsdale Fashion Square offers over 200 shopping and food options, including anchor stores like Dillard's, Macy's, Dick's Sporting Goods, and Nordstrom. Recent additions to the mall include The Gap. The Gap is a new thing at Scottsdale
Really? The
Fashion
Gap?
Square, apparently.
Okay.
Creed Boutique. I know you shop there, Steve.
Yeah, it's my favorite music. Yeah.
Gorgiana. James Perse and Zadig and Voltaire. You familiar with them too?
I'm not.
You shop a lot there?
No.
Steve, when's the last time you hit the mall? And do they have a chance up against the online behemoths like Amazon, Walmart, and others?
Scottsdale Fashion Square sure does, even if we haven't heard of Zadig and Voltaire, because they keep, what I've noticed, having been someone who used to go to Scottsdale Fashion Square on occasion.
Okay.
Now the stores that they have, I surprisingly see the Gap there. They are so far out of reach for not just middle income people, but even upper middle class.
You think it's too expensive?
Oh, I think so. I think it,
really.
I think it used to be a real mix of places. Now it just seems like it's almost all upper crusty. So I think that will help.
I would
them
think
survive.
that's where you would be, Steve.
Well, no, I go there and ask people for money.
You'd
but
roll
I
your
can't spend it.
cummerbund and your bow tie in there. You'd say hello. My pinky cannot stay on this glass. Steve Goldstein here. I'm here to hit the mall. Where's your clearance rack?
My friend Joe Huizenga told me I can't pay my electric bill. Can I spend here instead?
Seriously, when's the last time you went to the mall?
Okay, so outdoor mall. I like to go
Here in Arizona or somewhere else?
Yeah, to some of the snobby malls in the North Scottsdale area were kind of fun.
There's an outdoor mall?
Yeah, the Kierland. Have you been to Kierland?
Yeah.
So that's a place. I have to admit,
little hoity-toity in Kierland with
I'd say
Steve.
the last thing I ever bought there was, I think, some gelato. So I did not actually spend money there other than on gelato. But, but when the weather's
That counts.
nice, when the weather's nice, it's nice walking through. You know.
What are you laughing at, Pablo?
What? Am I supposed to say ice cream? It was gelato. Okay, Pablo. What am I supposed to say?
Whatever you
say
want.
Fried ice cream? What am I supposed to say?
Whatever you
I
want.
love having Steve on the show because he makes Chris and I seem so much more down to earth.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're. Yes, I had a fine gelato. It was
Well, I
delicious.
didn't say fine gelato.
He did.
Hey,
gelato.
guys.
I'm
Hold
just-
on. Let me sit up properly in the chair. I had a gelato.
I'm trying to be
With a
imaginative.
silver spoon.
I used the little tiny. I used a salad spoon.
The only point I was trying to make is I did not go into one of the stores like Lululemon, for example, and buy a $200 pair of shorts. Nothing against Lululemon. But
Okay.
Those are the kind of stores like that.
Hey, Steve, if you want to rock a nice pair of Lulus, that's your business, not mine.
I went to Arizona Mills a couple months back. Remember the
See,
old Arizona
Pablo,
Mills?
that's you're a real man of the
You might
people.
go see a movie at Arizona Mills, right?
I didn't see a movie,
Okay,
but
you
I just
could,
went
yeah.
walking around in there and stuff. Yeah,
Did you
but
get anything?
You buy any
Yeah,
gelato?
we did. Well, no gelato. No, man. I'm a shoe guy. I like to shop for shoes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys
Pablo,
both
you
have
had some
nice
new
shoes
kicks
today.
the other day.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. You did. You had
Sometimes I have
some new
some that I haven't
shoes the
worn
other
yet, so-
day. No, you wore them. There was a nice pair of Nikes you had
Oh,
on.
my Air Max?
Yeah.
They were nice.
I like your shoes today. I do. Put them up so people can see it.
Put them up so people can see it. Hold on.
Come on,
Here's my
Steve.
shoes.
Those are nice.
Yeah. Do you know where I got these? I got these at a nice outdoor mall as well, Steve. The little Desert Ridge.
Really?
And let me tell you, Nike Outlet. I didn't pay a Goldstein price. I got them for like $30.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, good.
Not per shoe either. That was like
So
total.
your question was, is the malls going to go away at these big box
Like
or
Amazon. Are they gonna
to a
they
level?
gonna
I
put
say
the
yes.
malls out?
I think they're going to put the malls out. But what you guys are talking about, those outdoor malls, like Tanger Outlets in the West Side where I go to,
Yeah.
those I think are going to continue with their popularity just because they offer, like you're saying, the
I think they
ding
offer
and dent
good
things.
deals.
Yeah,
One of
they
those
offer
off
great
I-10 on
deals.
the way to Tucson.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
But then,
But-
you do have
but
some of the bougier places
The
like
mall, as we know it, growing up,
Gone.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Mall
No,
Rats, that does not
But
exist
I think
anymore.
like a lot of things, guys, I think you're going to have the upper crusty Steve Goldstein mall, as you guys would label it, but then you're also going to have the outlet places because
Swap
you're
meet?
going to have the mix. You're not going to have the middle class.
Pablo and I
Kierland
love-
Commons for Steve, swap meet for
Pablo,
you and
they
I.
got gelato at the swap meet, you think?
No.
They have flan.
All right, move on. Oh, can I ask you one?
No,
Steve, you want
Pablo
some
and I are
flan?
having fun.
I want to throw you guys a volley.
No, we're talking
We
about.
should take Steve to the swap meet. Put
Oh,
him,
Steve,
put
you
him
would
in a
love
Cycle Bunny shirt.
You'd love the
Oh.
mannequins at the swap meet. Oh, they're great. Maybe we can test the taser on you.
No.
No.
Mannequin's good though, but no taser.
Okay. What do you got?
Go on,
Okay.
go on.
We're ready for your questions.
So Shohei Ohtani's pitching tonight.
He is.
He's also
for the Dodgers.
He's
yep.
also a hitter.
He
He's a
is.
very successful hitter. Has been a successful pitcher.
Yeah.
Are there two things you're especially good at, and what are they?
I don't think I'm good at one thing.
Tell me, are there two?
How
about you, Pablo? What are the two things you're best at?
Oh, this is the terrible question for Joe and Pablo.
Talking
we don't
trash.
We don't like to talk
Definitely
nice
good
about
at that.
ourselves.
Okay.
Definitely good at talking
We'll do it for
trash,
each other.
and I'm good at lifting others.
That is very true.
I will.
Wow, you were you really brought it right there.
Yeah.
Why? That's easy. Just two things you do good.
Two things I do good.
You cry in life, whine. Me? Complain.
Oh, WHINE. I was like, I don't drink wine. Run.
Okay.
I'm good at running. Pablo taught me think like a criminal, so I'm practicing my running.
I didn't teach you that. Take that back.
Somebody told you it. I heard it from you.
I told you there was an instant where I told you sometimes you have to think like a criminal.
No. You don't do that. You said that was wise words of wisdom that you bestowed upon me.
Thank you.
So that's why I'm practicing my running.
What's your second one?
My second one. So truthfully, running, I'm pretty good at that. I guess I'm kind. I don't like saying that, though. But I try to be compassionate and understand where other people are coming from. I try not to just look at life through my lens. I try to understand the shoes that other people are walking in.
Yeah, even the $30 shoes. That's good. Good job. That was good, both you guys. That was excellent.
You do a good job of that, Joe, because I mean, let's talk about your background. You're a single, only child, right? You didn't get a lot of exposure to like cousins and conflicts like I did.
And you know
growing
where
up.
I, of course, went to school. It was
St. Peter,
father, the
Indigenous on the
Immaculate of Gabriel Richard.
Okay.
Yes, that's where I went. Yeah, and it was. You talk about upper crusty. I don't think it was super upper crusty, but then I came out
how
here
many
to
cousins
ASU.
do you have total?
One. I have one, and I haven't talked to her in probably about 30 years or so, maybe more. Yeah, no, one cousin. My family is very small. I got mom, dad, one cousin.
But for coming from that background, you do a good job of putting yourself in other people's shoes. I'll say that as
Thank
your
you,
friend.
buddy. I try to. And
this has been a nice end of the segment.
I don't care what what other people do. It's their choice as long as you're not hurting someone else. If live your life however you want to. So okay, that concludes.
That was touching.
Be nice with Pablo and Joe. Thank you for that, Steve. That was wonderful. A landmark Metro Phoenix restaurant. It's closing its doors after 17 years. Some of us didn't even know it existed in the first place, though. How bad should we feel about that? And should we stop in before they shut down? We'll talk about it next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their students and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough therapy care. Experience the Midwestern difference for your family's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and clinical psychology services. In Glendale, just off the 101 on 59th Avenue. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. APS is asking the Arizona Corporation Commission for a 14% rate hike. CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show the increase is necessary to keep up with infrastructure investments.
We spend over $2 billion a year every year investing to strengthen Arizona's grid.
Buckeye retiree Wendell Mukes tells KTAR this increased rate would hurt his budget because he's on a fixed income.
I know inflation is bad right now, but I think that's going to be hard on a lot of their customers.
If it's approved by the ACC, this hike would go into effect July of 2026. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Now, during our summer sale, save up to $1,000. We're paying your sales tax. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends soon.
Warranty limitations apply.
Let's get a check on traffic now with Heather Larson, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a new wreck to report in Glendale, and that's actually going to be on the surface streets, and that's going to be 51st Avenue, just south of Northern. There's also a vehicle fire that's going to be Bell Road and I-17 northbound. There's a crash on the left shoulder of I-10 westbound near 43rd Avenue, slowing things down there, and also a wreck in Scottsdale at Frank Lloyd Wright and Pima. Traffic brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. To get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. An Arizona U.S. Senator says Medicaid should cover a year postpartum. We take a look at the pros and cons tomorrow morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
It's the Chris and Joe Show. I am Joe Huizinga. He is Steve Goldstein in for Chris Merrill. You'll be back tomorrow, Steve. Can't wait to have you here. And Pablo, are we continuing with this zaniness here? Oh, see, Bruce says don't do it, but I'm going to have to do it.
Rise above.
Sorry. Chris isn't here. I will continue the tradition for him. A septic tank in a tiny Arizona town could hold the clues to a cold case killing. A private investigator and the deceased's daughter will join us on the next Chris and Joe show. KTAR News. That's what we're going to do tomorrow.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. You'll listen to that, won't you?
I'll have to. I'll be right next to you.
That's right. That's correct.
Steve, you'll have no say in the matter.
No, he did ask me earlier. He's like, so when we're doing that interview tomorrow, what do you want me to do? I was like, what do you think I want you to do?
Sit there and look pretty.
This
was what I do.
This is his passion project, So
No, we will be talking about that all day tomorrow. Bruce St. James from Outspoken joins us right now. And Bruce.
Sir.
Have you heard of a lovely restaurant out there called
Flancer's?
Flancer's Incredible Sandwiches and Pizzeria?
I've heard of it. I've never been.
Okay. Well, better
Is it
hurry
too
up.
late?
Better hurry up and go because they're closing June 28th for good.
Por qué why?
17 years of unforgettable service, and they're saying bye-bye.
The restaurant business is a tough business. I have friends that are in it, and everybody I know who owns or manages a restaurant seems to be at it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like, it's not something that just runs on its own, apparently.
Real small margins.
You got to be there.
Yeah, no
all
kidding.
the time.
Mm-hmm. So what Steve and I want to know is we saw this article in AZ Central that was discussing Flancers. I don't know if we're going to go or not before they shut down, but how horrible should we feel that we've both been in the Valley for well over a decade? We hadn't heard of it. How awful should we feel?
Oh, I don't think you should feel that awful, for goodness sakes. Listen, there are a lot of restaurants that have been here for a long time. A lot longer than 17 years. No offense to Flancers.
Well, if you want to
can't
go,
make it to all of them.
You got to get out there before June 28th.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but most of us, I don't feel I'm that, well, I am that weird, but I mean, I think as far as it comes to this, we all have like our favorites and our go-tos. And when we find something we like, we just tend to go back to it.
Chino Bandito.
So we're not always going to a different restaurant every week or every whenever we go out. So I go to the same like 3 places. If they close, I'll be outraged.
There you
Other
go.
than that, I'm okay.
Mondays with Megan coming up in just a
5
few
o'clock.
minutes.
Megan McCain will join us. She was in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. We'll get some firsthand account of her and some of her takes on the parade / protests around the country.
All right. Anything else you want to highlight? What are you guys getting into right off the start of the show?
You know, I really should pay attention in the meetings.
Hey, that would be a first
where we
for
go
me,
over
too.
it, and we have these discussions. You would think that I paid attention. We're going to touch on what's going on with Israel and Iran. And I get a sense that, correct me if I'm wrong again, it's just going to be nonstop breaking news for quite some time. Like, I don't think it's going to, do you know what I'm saying? We can just run the little banner and all breaking news. This happened, they retaliated, this building, that thing. It's just going to be nonstop breaking news.
Am I aging myself to think about where's Bernard Shaw hiding under with the Scud missiles coming?
Oh, remember that? Oh, Bernard Shaw. Boy, he was on the front lines back in the day. Shock and awe.
Outspoken coming up in mere moments. You can check out Bruce St. James and Gatos. Steve Goldstein over there to my left. What are you giving me the handsies for?
Anything that...
No. I'm not doing that. There's no Merrill here. I can't do that. You got anything you want to add, Steve?
No.
Okay,
But
good.
what's the why?
I don't either.
Okay.
All right. More of Chris and Joe tomorrow at 2. Bye-bye. Pablo, you're supposed to yell at me about this. Oh, man. Pablo, did you just have a heart attack? Now you just turned me off. Oh, my goodness. Pablo, the first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death. Luckily, that hasn't happened to you yet. You don't have to die from a silent killer, though. Let's talk about the great team at Lifeguard Imaging. They're a concierge imaging center that focuses on early detection. Lifeguard Imaging helps you take the guesswork out of your health. They allow you to be proactive versus reactive with what's going on inside your body. Heart disease, #1 killer in America. The earlier that you detect heart disease, the better your chance to treat it. At Lifeguard Imaging, you can know about heart disease before you have a heart attack through their high-accuracy, low-dose CT scans. They're detecting heart disease, hundreds of different forms of cancer, early. You or a loved one, you may have cancer or heart disease right now. Don't let that nagging fear control your life. Find out today. Call Lifeguard Imaging at 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. I just got scanned. The peace of mind that I have from it, it's priceless. Now is the time to do it. If not for yourself, do it for your loved ones. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com today or call 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. It could save you or your loved one's life. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
This summer, there is still time to transform your backyard with Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is offering a free travertine deck upgrade with every Dolphin Pools package. Elegant, high-end travertine at no extra cost. It's one of Dolphin Pools' most luxurious upgrades, and it's yours free for a limited time. A show-stopping outdoor escape built by Dolphin Pools, an A-plus trusted expert with rave reviews. Visit dolphinpools.us.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed like, 3 out of 4 summers? What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 4:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Could your utility bill be going up? Well, APS has proposed a 14% increase for late next year. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain why.
The Arizona Corporation Commission last approved an 8% hike for APS in February 2024. Utility CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show they're being proactive to keep up with extreme heat, increased demand, and infrastructure maintenance.
It likely wouldn't take effect until the latter part of 2026. So by the time you do that, that's about a 5-year spread between the costs that are currently in customer rates and when new rates would go into effect.
However, Buckeye retiree Wendell Mukes calls a double-digit increase ridiculous.
Yes, I am on fixed income, and, that is going to hurt my budget.
Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
An unsealed federal affidavit has revealed more details about the Minnesota shooting suspect who's now facing federal and state charges for attacks on 2 lawmakers and their spouses that left 2 dead. ABC's Melissa Aden has more on Vance Bolter's alleged targets.
They're calling it, quote, a hit list, and including their 45 elected officials, lawmakers, federal officials, mostly all Democrats, including Governor Tim Walz was on the list. We knew that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar as well. So it's something that's just very concerning.
Queen Creek police have arrested a man after his dogs were left in a hot car and died.
A 40-year-old man faces 2 counts of animal cruelty after leaving his dogs in a parked car for 6 hours at a Queen Creek shopping center. The dogs died as valley temperatures hit 104 degrees on Friday. The police have not released the man's name, and the investigation is ongoing. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
There's a new tuition-free charter school that's opening up this fall, and it allows 9th through 12th grade students to choose their own classes with guides monitoring their progress instead of teachers. Maxwell Smith, the founding leader of ASU Prep Tempe, explains the purpose of the new program.
We want our high schoolers to have way more say in what they learn, how they learn, when and where they learn.
The Arizona State University Prep School will be located on ASU's Tempe campus, and you can read more about it at KTAR.com. Time to check on the road home this afternoon. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. That car fire at 17 and Bell is extinguished, and emergency crews are still on scene. It's on the right shoulder, so move to the left if you can. Traffic is pretty slow on the 17 in both directions due to that earlier car fire. That's from Union Hills to Thunderbird. Other things going on the road are a crash in Phoenix on the left shoulder on I-10 westbound or 43rd Avenue. Traffic slow there. And in Glendale, a wreck at 51st Avenue in Glendale, that's south of Northern. And in Scottsdale, a crash reported at Frank Lloyd Wright and Pima. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 84 tonight. Tomorrow, probably not quite as hot as today. We'll be around 110, 111 on Wednesday, but by Thursday, back up there at 114 in Maricopa. Right now, it's 115 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
A lot of people are saying hour number 1 is the best of the hours, especially on a Monday, Gatos.
Well, on Monday at 5:05, we've got Megan McCain, Mondays with Megan. She's going to join us as she does every Monday. I'm going to read you a quote.
Oh.
That has been now heard around the world.
The quote heard around the world.
Quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. So this is from President Trump a couple minutes ago. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. So knowing what we know about this president, knowing what we know about Israel and Iran and what's happened over the last several days, I mean, if he's serious, there could be some political maneuvering behind this where, hey, you guys better get to the table. We'll give you the off-ramp. But I mean, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran as we move in several vessels, right? On the sea. This is a scary thing. I don't know what that means, but when the president says it, you know, I'm thinking that something massive is about to take place. Like a nuke comes to my mind, but
for God's sake.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Tehran, by the way, is just shy of 10 million people. Just to put it in perspective.
Okay.
Slightly smaller than L.A., bigger than Chicago.
Okay.
How's that?
So why tell me that? What is your reasoning behind
How
that?
do you evacuate 10 million people, and where do they go?
Well, there you go. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, evacuate. That's like evacuate Los Angeles.
I wasn't following you there. I'm like, okay,
Where the
now
hell
I
are
get
you
it.
going to go?
You're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere.
All right, so why do it? Why would you tweet that out? Or Truth Social, wherever he put it? No, I think it was on Twitter, wasn't it?
Well, everything gets like reposted
Retweeted, right.
or what? Yeah. Why? Oh, God only knows why.
God only knows why.
The White House is seeming to walk it back a little bit. They did say that the social media posts telling Iranians to immediately evacuate just reflected the urgency of the need for Iran to come to the table for negotiations.
Yeah, no, I you know what I think?
It doesn't read like come to the table for negotiations.
No, what I think is that the president, of course, knows something.
Israel told him something.
Of course Israel told him something.
And he tweeted it.
And he can't not tweet it.
Can't not tell.
Right.
Well, he did that over the weekend, apparently.
Oh, where was that?
The location of the supreme leader of Iran.
Okay.
Iranians don't know where the supreme leader is. But they did leak that Israel knows where he is.
It sounds like Israel knows where he is.
Yeah.
And that was one of the big stories, too. Israel was talking to President Trump. Netanyahu was talking to him about taking out the Ayatollah Khomeini. We're going to take him out.
The supreme leader, yeah.
Trump goes no. And you know, if you try and get into Trump's head, which is always tough, you know, does he want that type of craziness that's already in the Middle East, or you know, he's going to be in office for 4 years. Does he want just the Iranian nuclear program gone and not a regime change? Regime change is always difficult. We've seen it over many, many years.
The problem with regime change is
you could put someone worse in.
You assume the next guy's better.
You don't. You
in that region?
Well, you kind of assume the next guy's better, and then sometimes that's not the case at all.
I was going to say, in that region, it's a flip of a coin.
Right.
And by the way, nobody that ends up running Iran is going to be like the president of Switzerland. You know what I'm saying? Like, just get it out of your head. That person doesn't exist.
Well, what is it, Syria?
Yeah.
Okay, so Syria is now run by a former terrorist.
Oh, they were definitely a terrorist group.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the guy that was there before,
he was really bad.
Assad.
Bashir Assad, yeah.
All right, that guy was blasting men, women, children. He was gassing his own people.
Horrible. Absolutely.
It was horrendous.
Horrible.
Okay, so you're thinking, okay, well, the next guy has to be better. And that's what you hope.
You hope.
A former terrorist now says, I'm going to run the country. Is it going to be better? But you look at Assad, and that's one of the worst human beings we've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
So if you're just joining us, the breaking story is, and I know that the president likes to talk tough. I get it. That's what he does. But when you say, quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, that's scary. And listen, we were on the air when we found out that this whole thing started. The whole thing is scary.
Well,
the whole thing is unnerving.
We're just going to be in, and I think we should, for the short term, it's going to be constant breaking news. Okay?
About the region.
About the war between these two nations.
Right.
And then at some point, we'll get bored of it and stop paying attention, like we do with everything.
Well, remember when the war started in Ukraine?
Breaking news
every single day.
5 times a day, breaking news.
I don't even know how many years
now
things
it's like,
been going on, right?
I don't know. They killed people. Nobody cares anymore. Not enough.
They go on to the next.
Move on to the next shiny object. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be more callous, but I'm just saying, at some point, it was that way with the Iraq war. It was that way with Afghanistan. Even when we're involved in the war, the American public just loses interest after a while.
Right. There's just too much going on. I mean, we've got so much to talk about today. And honest to God, I mean, we needed an 8-hour show today. But the one thing about the war that we're watching, and seeing, and for me, is that I'm watching it on social media happen in real time.
I think a lot of people are.
But the problem with that is I don't know whether to believe it or not, because now I'm to the point where anything on social media, it could be AI.
It could be false, 100%. And so, even from credible sources, sometimes like repost things that are not true. Right. I saw the other day that an F-35 had been shot down, an Israeli F-35, and the pilot captured. Not true.
It was supposed to be the first time it was shot down.
First time an F-35 had been shot down.
So I thought that was real.
They did
so
not
that
shoot
never
down.
happened.
Israel says it's not missing any F-35s.
See, that's the issue and it's hard to figure out in this day and age what's real and what's not. And we always knew that when AI would come to fruition, it could spew propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Some things.
So, by the way,
I don't know.
Who knows who's telling the truth? Possibly it happened. The IDF says, we're not missing any F-35s. Iran says, here's a picture of a blown up F-35, right? Who do you believe?
Well, I usually don't believe anything Iran says, but I don't know.
Well, Israel's hardly the biggest truth teller out there also. And they're gonna put out things that make themselves look good.
Sure.
Both sides are engaged in a, what do you want to call it, a PR war?
Yeah. But I believe Israel any day over Iran. Let's see if we got any. We've got some audio that's coming in.
Ooh, what's that?
All right. So there are more attacks going on as we speak.
Literally, there's Iranian missiles raining down in Israel right now.
It's 2 a.m. here, so there are at least 4 or 5 hours until dawn, and we saw missiles incoming at about 4 a.m. last night. So there's very much the potential for more ballistic missiles and more drones as the night goes on here.
Yeah, I mean,
when do you get some sleep?
I don't know.
It's gonna be terrifying.
The folks in Israel are used to this. This is on a little bit of a different scale, but. They're used to, it's the middle. Okay, I got to get in
the air raid goes
get in
off
my
and
bunker.
you go in your bunker, yeah.
Right, and that's just the way it is. I mean, I've talked to people in Israel on the air, off the air, about how they go into their bunker for hours and they've got their kids in there with them. And they have to distract them, so they're not scared. But it is an everyday thing. It's like,
but going in all night because there's missiles raining down is different.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think
so. No, because they've done it before.
Well, they're blowing up entire buildings now. Before they would just lob stuff in and be like, they didn't really hit anything. But you still go into
your bunker.
Yeah, they didn't hit anything, though. They're hitting things now.
Right. I mean, it's a creepy time over there. It's very scary. But they're used to living like this, which I think is crazy. There are days where Israel gets attacked and people, they just go on with their life because they know, hey, this is something that could happen every day. If that happened in the United States, we'd probably be at home. Israel, they go through their daily life and they just continue to go.
Iran is also saying that its missile defenses have been activated over Tehran. Explosions heard in the eastern part of the city. Again, breaking news every 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, a little more.
Meanwhile, as you pointed out, Israel has continued its strikes in Iran and in Tehran. In addition to hitting Iran's state broadcaster, they took out 2 aircraft on the ground and have continued to go after other targets as well.
All right, why not just take the head off the snake then? Why didn't Trump say, go ahead? Khomeini's nuts. The guy shouldn't be in there. He wants to absolutely get a nuke and set it off in Israel time and time and time again. Why not just go through with it and finish it? Why not do it?
Because executing foreign leaders is frowned upon.
Okay.
And if you open up that can of worms,
right?
Fair game.
I get it. But if you tell me that you're going to kill all the people in Israel, I'm going to kill you before you kill us. And I know what that sounds like. I mean, we went through this. We removed Saddam Hussein in Iraq, and then there was a vacuum, and then we got ISIS, and
it was worse.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Saddam wasn't so bad compared to the alternatives.
It was bad, but I don't know if you go all the way through with it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know I don't know if there is a. What do you want to call it? Like rebels in Iran? We know very little about what goes on in there. I don't know if there's another force to take over or it's just next man up.
I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
And again, they have the religious component and then they have the elected component. They are separate although the elected component answers to the religious component.
What you want to do is see people rise up against, their government that is just out of control. And there are people
but if they're
in Iran who are young and don't want to live like this.
But their apartment buildings blew up and they lost their family. They'll join whatever side's fighting against the people that just bombed them. We saw that. That happened in Iraq, Afghanistan, everywhere else.
I think it's a little
Vietnam.
It's a little different
everywhere.
in Iran, though. I think it's a little bit different.
We'll see. I don't know what the resistance looks like in Iran, or if it's even organized enough to do anything should there be a power vacuum.
Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That's what President Trump has said. It's a terrifying warning, and we'll see how the day goes. But they're both sides are
raining missiles, or whatever you want to call it. Israel's just better at it, or Israel's better at defending against it. Might be a better way to put it. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us, and then coming back, the most mispronounced Arizona words. I hope Tolleson isn't in this. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Ugh, I got to get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. President Trump has posted on his social media site an ominous message calling for the immediate evacuation of the Iranian capital of Tehran while he's in Canada attending the G7 summit. Trump had said more than once during the day that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He emphasized that again in his social media post, writing, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, in all caps. He said Iran should have signed the deal he told them to sign to prevent what he said was a shame and a waste of human life, referring to Israel's attack last week. Trump ended his post with, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. We've got Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on the Valley freeways and roads right now. Now, Frank Lloyd Wright and the 101 intersection, that is blocked due to an earlier crash, and you're asked to avoid the area right now. That's causing quite a slowdown on Pima Road, southbound in the area. Also going on the right shoulder of the 101 loop eastbound near 67th Avenue. There's a crash there, too. Another one on the west side, and this one's blocking the HOV lane on the 101 westbound near 59th Avenue. We move to the city streets now, 52nd Avenue and Olive. You got a wreck there. Another one at Dysart Road and Coldwater Plaza. That's south of the 10. And that earlier car fire at 17 and Bell still has traffic moving slowly in both directions on I-17 right now. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try the burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional details, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. We have some challenging words in the state of Arizona. We have some things that are either named after, some of them are Native American, some are Mexican in descent. Either way, a lot of Americans might struggle with them. A lot of people might struggle with some of these names.
Or if you're not, if you, like when I came to Arizona in 96,
okay,
I was pronouncing some of these things incorrectly.
But understood.
Yeah, you don't know.
You see some of these words and you're like, well, how would you know?
So these are the top Arizona words that I think we kind of know how to pronounce it. But
I'd like to think we do.
Are you saying them right?
Oh.
And I think that people who come in from out of town, they don't say it right. Where do you want to start? Start at the top?
Sure.
Tempe.
Easy.
Well, I mean, you come here and you look at it.
You think people call it temp?
I'm sure I did that.
At some point.
Or put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Go ahead.
Instead of Tempe. Tempe.
Tempe.
Yeah.
Tempe.
I've heard that. I've heard Tempe.
Tempe.
It's Tempe.
Okay.
Yeah. The P-E-E at the end.
Tempe.
Like urination.
Kind of.
Here we go.
Okay.
He loves that.
Here's the next one.
Yeah.
Is it Prescott or
No.
Prescott?
Oh,
Prescott
no.
like biscuit.
Prescott.
That's what people up there, I learned that from locals.
Yeah.
Prescott like biscuit.
Yeah. I remember coming here and looking at a city that started with an A, and I said, I have no idea how to pronounce that.
I think I lived in it.
I think you did live in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awatuki.
It's easy after all these years.
Now it's easy.
Right.
You know, we also call it all white Tukey, but that's a different argument.
There's no black people there?
Very few.
0% Hispanic?
Low.
All white people.
A lot of white folks.
A lot of white folks. All white Tukey.
All white Tukey.
Is that wrong to say on the radio?
Yeah, it's too late.
It's too
Oh,
late.
they did, yeah.
Okay.
How about you go up by the Grand Canyon?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got the rim basically up there in northern Arizona. It goes from basically Flagstaff almost all the way to New Mexico. Starts with an M.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce this
I
one.
had to
I don't
Really?
Mogollon.
Mogollon Rim.
I butchered that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Mogollon.
I see Mogollon.
I don't. And I believe that's native. I want to say that's a.
I think it is too.
And I apologize that I don't know if it's Apache, Navajo, or something else. But it's
If you
Mogollon.
do read it and
it
pronounce
doesn't. It doesn't look
look like that
Mogollon
at
at
all.
all. No.
Mogollon.
Yeah, that's what
Best.
it looks like. Or-
Mogollon.
But two L's, remember, are like a Y almost.
Get out of here.
Well, let me try another one.
Okay.
Cholla.
Yeah, I butchered that one too.
Choya.
Yeah.
It's not Chola
Well,
or Cholo, which is Cholo.
maybe the white people and pronounce it like that, right?
All right.
An easy one that I think a lot of people wouldn't get, but, being here for a while, was Piestewa Peak.
Piestewa, yeah. Piestewa.
What did I say?
Piestewa.
Did I just pronounce it? I pronounced it wrong?
Piestewa. Piestewa. I think you could. It's named after Lori Piestewa, and again, I think there's,
I've called it Piestewa Peak.
I think it's.
Some people do. I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
How do you spell pie?
P-I-E.
Okay, that's how this pronunciation says it. It's P-I-E.
I think it's close either way.
What did I say? Piestewa or Piestewa?
You said pie. Piestewa.
I said Piestewa?
And he said Piestewa.
I think it's Piestewa.
Okay.
Do you see it?
O-C-O-T-I-L-L-O.
Oh, we're moving to a different one?
Yes, this is a different one.
T-I-L-L-O.
Piestewa.
Ocotillo.
Yeah.
Ocotillo. Work with me.
Ocotillo.
So I thought it was interesting because I think one of the most mispronounced and the debate rages on.
Oh, I know exactly.
Is the city halfway between Phoenix and Tucson?
All right, let's all say it at once the way that.
See, halfway between Phoenix and Tucson. Ready?
Ready?
Okay.
Are you gonna go 3, 2, 1 and we say it?
3, 2, 1. Boom.
Casa Grande.
No, that was just practicing the 3, 2, 1.
Oh, well, you said 3, 2, 1.
You know,
well,
you guys
you're the
are.
only one that didn't say
You're
it.
not good at playing this game.
Yeah.
Casa Grande.
It is.
Oh, no, it is not.
I always can tell when somebody's not from here when they say
always heard
Casa
it that way.
Grande.
That's the way I've always heard it.
I've
Casa
never
Grande.
heard
They
anybody
drag
say
it out
that.
like that. Yeah.
That's
Casa
probably
Grande.
correct.
Yeah, but
in
we
the
call it Casa Grande.
Grande.
No, I call it by its correct name. You guys can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it the way that it's supposed to be
You go to an
said.
Italian restaurant and go, I would like a spaghetti. We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, she's going to pronounce everything. I just know she's going to nail it. And then coming up next, are we going to see deportations only in blue cities? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
After a conversation with Chinese officials yesterday, President Donald Trump now says the United States will get magnets and rare earth minerals from China, and tariffs on Chinese goods will go to 55%. The president also saying the U.S. will provide China what was agreed to, that's in quotes, including allowing Chinese students to attend American colleges and universities.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Gatos. Let's talk about how more homes are on the market right now in the Valley. What does that mean for you? It means that you're a buyer and you have more choices. We've got some sellers that are moving out because maybe they're buying another home. Maybe it's a new build. And what we're seeing is some of those home prices dropping. That is a good thing for you. Here's the thing, though. The one mortgage team will tell you this all day long. Don't play the waiting game. Do not play the waiting game or you will miss out. And once it turns, there will be more competition. It is a buyer's market right now. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market again. Call the Lund Mortgage Team. They're going to get you pre-approved for a loan. They're going to get you pre-approved for a mortgage. And they'll hold your hand throughout the entire thing. They'll make sure they get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. LundMortgage.com, 623-875-9940. Tell them Gato sent you.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summers in Phoenix can be hot, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's better than paint specifically formulated for our climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Phoenix, you too can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 10% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
An individual who was infectious with measles was traveling through Sky Harbor Airport.
The Maricopa County Department of Public Health is warning locals about a measles detection. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
The county health department has received word a person infected with measles traveled through Sky Harbor last week. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Nick Staub saying the person is not a local, but others could be at risk of infection.
Who are unvaccinated, may have been exposed to this individual, would be very likely to get measles because it is so contagious. So we're reminding folks to make sure that you're up to date on your vaccinations, that you know your vaccine status.
And that exposure was in Sky Harbor's Terminal 4 and concourses C and D. If you were in those areas on Tuesday from 5 p.m. to midnight, check your vaccination status. And if you do develop measles symptoms, self-isolate and seek medical care. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Today, the memorial for fallen Apache Junction police officer Gabriel Fosio.
Family, friends, and co-workers shared stories of Officer Fosio, describing him as a fiercely loyal and fun-loving person who was living out his dream of working as a police officer, but his daughter Anna knew him as much more.
Dad, 46 years with you were too short, but every good moment spent with you was the most beautiful moment a girl could ever ask for. You were the first man that showed me what love is, and the first person who showed up.
Fosio was shot responding to a call about a driver brandishing a gun on June 2nd. He's the first officer killed by violence in the line of duty in Apache Junction PD's history. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Yes, it's a dry heat, but your skin still doesn't like it. Julie Dunnigan, the CEO of Cancer Support Community Arizona, has some tips to keep you safe from this blazing Arizona sun.
Wear that sunscreen, put your hat on, wear your sunglasses, stay away from those tanning beds, and check the UV index, but definitely avoid being exposed to the sun for long periods of time between the hours of 10 and 4, which is when the sun is strongest.
Arizona has one of the highest rates of skin cancer and melanoma in the country. Checking on traffic for us now, getting you home. Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Maricopa, there's a car fire reported at John Wayne Parkway and Smith Inky Road on 347 southbound. In Scottsdale, you have an intersection blocked. It's Frank Lloyd Wright and the 101. That's due to a crash. You're asked to avoid the area. There's a crash on the right shoulder of the 101 eastbound near 67th Avenue, and a crash blocking the HOV lane on the 101 westbound near 59th Avenue. As for the surface streets, we've got a bunch of wrecks. 51st Avenue in Bell, 52nd Avenue in Olive, Dysart Road, and Coldwater Plaza, and also a car fire reported at I-17 and Bell Road. Now, that fire has been extinguished. Traffic is beginning to flow again in both directions, but it's still slow in that area. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, 84 should be our low temp. 110 tomorrow and 111 on Wednesday, but hang on. Back up to 114 by Thursday. It's 113 right now in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The budget deadline is approaching. Will they get a budget done in the state of Arizona? We talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
All right. A lot of people chiming in on names that they screw up a lot. We'll get to those a little
If you're just joining us, it's like the 15 city or town names in Arizona that a lot of people mispronounce.
Yeah,
so we'll do it a little bit later. We're getting some feedback about other ones.
I got some feedback about it.
Okay.
Let me tell you about this one.
Hey, by the way, we're outspoken against hunger, for crying out loud.
We are.
This June, we only got a couple more weeks left.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to raise money for St. Mary's Food Bank. And I want to let you know we're just shy of $20,000. We're doing well.
That's good.
We're doing well.
We can do better, though, can't we?
Well, we want to feed children. So we were just talking in the commercial. We need 5 of you to text 620-620 and give $50.
That's team 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we think we can hit the number that we need to get by the end of 4 o'clock if 5 of you can text the word food to 620-620. We need 5 of you to give $50. And you will feed so many kids, you will have no idea. It'll be the best thing you'll do all day.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do that before 5.
Okay, that's reasonable to ask.
I'm a reasonable fellow.
It's the way you roll.
That's how I roll.
So we now, obviously, since we govern by Truth Social or Twitter, Trump called on ICE agents to continue to deliver, quote, the single largest mass deportation program in history.
Right.
But it came with a caveat, because if you remember, he already said he heard from his friends in the restaurant business and the hotel business and the agriculture industries that they were deporting too many of those people, so that he told ICE to stop doing that. But in his True Social post, he says, we're going to go after New York, L.A., and Chicago because they're Democrat cities.
Okay, that sounds about right.
I don't think there's a lot of farm workers there, don't get me wrong. But I don't know if the hotel and restaurant workers will be off limits in those cities.
No, they're off limits.
Are they in those cities, though?
Yeah, they're off limits. Listen,
it's very hard to figure out. I'm having difficulty understanding.
I don't think this is that hard.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think so.
Who's getting kicked out?
Okay, good point. I can tell you who's not getting kicked out anymore.
Tell me.
People who work on the farms. Because when we saw ICE chase 2 people in the lettuce fields, sorry, that was pathetic. That was pathetic.
Yeah.
Okay. I was for years against what Joe Biden was doing at the border and completely outspoken about it here in the afternoons. Okay. I didn't like a thing he did. But you can't deport and shouldn't deport people who've been working on a farm for 20 years. They're not hurting anybody. They're helping us.
They're illegals.
Don't run them down in a field. Okay. They took a busboy out of a California restaurant.
Illegal.
Don't do that.
What part of illegal don't you understand, Gatos?
I'm common sense, by the way. Remember, I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. I'm a skeptic. And so I think you're going to see the farmers, people who help in the farming, left alone. I think the people at Home Depot in L.A. who got deported was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know if Home Depots are off limits.
I think they are.
Really?
Yes, I think that's part of it.
So who are they going after then?
They're going to go after, people who have a criminal record. They're going to,
So only a third of the people that have been picked up in the last, according to DHS documents, only a third of the people picked up in the last, 4 months, have any sort of a criminal record.
Well, put it this way: if you take farms, they're running out of people to, farms, restaurants. Where else did he say it's a no? Hotels. Okay, I'm guessing that those places aren't going to be raided.
Nail salons, fair game.
Maybe.
Like, where did we draw that line?
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying.
Laundry, car washes.
There was a car wash that was raided, and it's silly. Yeah. I don't think those places will be raided. Again, he could change his mind, but I'm glad he did a 180 on this. I'm glad Trump did a 180.
But I don't think anybody understands what the policy is.
It's no restaurants, no farms, and no hotels.
Unless you're in a state he doesn't like.
No. I don't think so.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think that's it.
So, but he did threaten Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York.
Hotels, restaurants, farms off limit.
Not in those cities.
That's the way I read it. That's the way I said it. I see it. Did you not see it that way?
I can't make heads or tails of what he writes. There's no punctuation, and it doesn't have sentence structure.
When he comes out and
the
says,
foggiest idea what it means.
When he comes out and says, we're going to stop the farms and the restaurants and the hotels, and we played the clip last week, that's my guess is that he's not going to do that. So it's other people.
I thought we were kicking all the Mexicans out. It's really hard to understand.
I don't know. Every time you say it, Barack Obama did the same thing, so I guess he's racist too.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say anything about racist. I said kick the Mexicans out.
Well, kicking just Mexican people out
That's
can
what they
be
want.
deemed as racist.
That's what MAGA voted for.
Well, I don't think that's what MAGA voted for.
No.
I think they voted.
I'd like to introduce you to some of them. You really you'd enjoy meeting
I think
them.
I'd like to introduce you to some MAGA people.
I'd love to meet the ones who don't want to kick the Mexicans out. Oh, my God. There's like 3 of them? 4 of them?
You paint with a broad brush every day on the show.
And it is so accurate
and it's
because
not
I'm just
accurate.
right inside the lines.
It's not even close.
Right inside the
it's
lines.
Unfair, and you know it.
Yeah, just like it's unfair to think you're going to kick 15, 10 million, 3 million people out of this
Well, you're
country.
changing the subject now. I
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
talking
ridiculous.
about that.
It is a ridiculous
I think the
conversation.
restaurants and the farms and the hotels. I mean,
But
I don't
again,
remember
where do
if
you
he
draw
said. Hang
that
on.
line?
I don't remember if he said Home Depot. I would put Home Depot.
I didn't have Home Depot on the list.
I would put Home Depot on the list. I think that's kind of silly. So hey, well, let's hope he gets it right. If he did a 180 on it, I'm glad.
If you own again, so do you think ICE is reading this going, okay, there's a restaurant, but there's a bakery.
I don't think
That's
so.
not a restaurant. We can go into the bakery, but we can't go into the restaurant. Like, how do you understand what it is? If there's any food, meat packing was not on the list.
Meat packing is going to be on the list.
It wasn't on the list, though.
They talked about what happened in Nebraska.
Yeah, but it wasn't on his list.
I thought that was on the list,
No,
too.
that's not on the list he put out.
I think that's on the list.
The one he ordered ICE by through his Truth Social post.
Well, again, there are a lot of people that came over while Joe Biden was the president that shouldn't be here, and they've only been here for a year, 2 years. We're probably going to deport them, Bruce.
Yeah, I wish you loads of luck.
Well, it's not my job. I don't have to do it.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen. That's why. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
It's not my job to say it's going to happen or not. I'm just saying you asked me a question and I answered
Kick the Mexicans out. Come on.
Just like Obama did.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a racist, too.
They're
They're all racist, right?
Worth. Take it for what it's worth.
Bush was a racist. Clinton, everybody's a racist.
If you
I know.
just hate the Mexicans, you can call it what you want.
Oh, please.
Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn is on top of that. And coming up next, do you have soft skills? Soft skills. If not, you may soon be unemployed. It's coming up next for Outspoken on KTAR.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Homeowners, the last time you needed a plumber or AC tech, did you feel like you were held hostage? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At PlumSmart, when you need our service, we send a servant. And the best way to serve you is what we charge. Our cost is 30 to 50% less. Whether replacing a hose bib or a new Trane air conditioner, discover PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air at about half the price because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just PlumSmart.com.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k, life can become complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The White House says President Trump is leaving the G7 meetings in Canada to return to Washington amid the continuing conflict between Israel and Iran. A short time earlier, the president had urged the immediate evacuation of the Iranian capital. President Trump had a great day at the G7, even signing a major trade deal with the United Kingdom and Prime Minister Keir Starmer, according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on social media, adding, much was accomplished, but because of what's going on in the Middle East, President Trump will be leaving tonight after dinner with heads of state. Again, the White House says President Trump will be leaving the G7 meetings in Canada early to return to Washington amid the continuing conflict between Israel and Iran. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Right now, let's get a look at traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's an area to avoid right now in Scottsdale. Don't head into Frank Lloyd Wright and the 101. That intersection is blocked due to a crash. In Phoenix, on the right shoulder of the Loop 101 eastbound near 67th Avenue. You want to avoid that as well. The traffic is just very slow there. There's a crash blocking the HOV lane on the 101 Loop westbound. That's near 59th Avenue, and a wreck on the city streets of Phoenix at 51st Avenue and Bell. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful, new, energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Tomorrow we cool off to a balmy 110, but it's going to stay hot all week. Find out the latest from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News on KTAR.
All right. Happy Monday to you, by the way. Thank you guys for spending some time with us. Is it just going to be nothing but breaking news constantly?
Well, I think something big is going down.
Okay.
I said this at the beginning of the show. When the president comes out and puts on social media, quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. When Becky Lynn, your breaking news a moment ago was that the president is leaving the G7 summit early. I think it's mostly because he doesn't like Canada. So he wants to go home.
Certainly could be an argument.
Early. Those are two things. Bruce, you got a third. You got the National Security Council.
Unconfirmed reports that he's asked for the National Security Council to be prepared in the Situation Room when he lands.
I mean, again, this could be posturing. This could be something massive that's going to happen in
every time
Israel and
Israel
Iran.
tells him something in secret, he does something in public.
Don't say anything.
Every time they go, we're going to tell you this, but don't tell anybody.
Well, and the Navy is already moving aircraft carriers, etc., into position.
I mean,
in a position for what?
Well, we don't know.
Show of force.
Show of force, yeah.
Or they're going, or we're going to join them.
We're going to be a part of it.
We're going to join Israel. I don't know that to be the case, and I think a lot of you out there don't want that to be the case. I don't want to be dragged into this thing.
No, I don't want to be any part of it.
But we're keeping our eye on it. And, you know, the 4 or 5 things we just told you are massive and should lead us to believe
they're big things.
That something is going on.
Yes.
But I'll say it, you got to take it with a grain of salt because of Trump. You never know if he's just mouthing off or if there's something really here. But it seems very serious to me. More serious today than in the last several days, and it gives you an eerie feeling.
Trump said, they had 60 days, and Israel started the attack on day 61. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, grain of salt, I get it, but he's also tipping his hand, right?
Well, if you go on social media and you say everyone should immediately
leave Tehran, right?
Evacuate
Tehran.
Yeah. I was thinking Israel would like to execute, bomb, kill the Ayatollah.
Yeah.
And so that's on the table too. So we'll keep our eye on it. But it's
we have to.
It's crazy.
And who knows how much it could change.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's true.
And could change instantly. We'll be on top of it when it does.
Very serious.
Looking for confirmed reports too. Because again, if you follow on social media, so much of it is little bits and pieces, and you don't know who to believe. And like you mentioned, there are pictures and videos, and nowadays you can't just take a picture or video at face value. You can't.
I'm watching the war on social media, and I don't know what's real or I don't know what's false, what's fact. I don't know.
But again, the White House is saying he's leaving due to the conflict, in the Middle East. But when he got there, the conflict in the Middle East was going on. So again, if you were to read into it, you would think it's about to get escalate, right?
Right.
I mean, that's
listen. Netanyahu could have called him back and said, "Hey, you said no to our attack on the head of Iran. We're going to do it ourselves."
We're getting more reports now. Fox is reporting that he's requested the National Security Council be in the Situation Room when he arrives at the White House tonight.
Well, I think something big's going on, but
yeah,
we'll see. Well, you don't know.
Yeah. I admittedly.
Yeah, you don't know.
Admittedly. No idea what happens next.
I mean, we've got Meghan McCain coming up.
Literally in 10 minutes.
Right. She, on her show, her podcast, she was talking about this today.
Mm-hmm.
And, we can kind of pick her brain on that. She had, I was watching it a little bit. She had, I believe it was an Israeli woman on.
Oh.
And it was that type of perspective. I don't know if it was a Jewish woman who lives here or an Israeli woman who lives there.
Got it.
I should have looked that up. But I think she's going to have some good perspective on it. But let's do something good.
Okay.
Let's change the real quick.
Copy that.
So we asked earlier today, about 20 minutes ago, can we get 5 of you to text the word food to 620-620? We need 5 of you to give $50.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to raise money to feed children throughout the summer with St. Mary's Food Bank. We got 4 people to do it. So we only need 1 before the end of this hour.
Oh, wow. That was quick.
Yeah. So we'll hit do you call it a quota? We'll hit our quota by 5 o'clock. Is that what it is? Hit the quota. All right. Text the word food to 620-620. You be the one to push us over the number. We're almost at $20,000. We've got less than 2 weeks to go. But we need one more person that says, hey, I'm going to throw $50 at St. Mary's, and that's going to take care of a lot of children.
Please.
Text
the word food to 620. Up next, Meghan McCain reacting to everything that's going on, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what we had planned an hour ago. It's probably all changed. say the least. Meghan McCain joins us next. Mondays with Meghan, right here on KTAR.
Hey, at Red Mountain Weight Loss, they've got so many things that you can use to feel healthier. They have so many things to make you healthier. We're talking weight loss, right? We're talking, how about testosterone? So, guys, if you suffer from low T, don't think, oh my goodness, I don't know what's happening to me. This is terrible. Listen, this happens to a lot of people, a lot of men. Stress, poor diet, lifestyle. It is a serious health concern, but it is very fixable. So if you're feeling tired, guys, if you're losing mental focus all the time, you have trouble in the bedroom maybe, you might have a little low T. No big deal. You go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. The solution is prescription strength testosterone. Many men go into Red Mountain Weight Loss for this exact thing. Increasing your testosterone gives you more energy. You're going to sleep better. Mental focus is much better. And testosterone also helps you, lose and maintain, your proper weight. So go to redmountainweightloss.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. And new tonight, the White House says President Trump is leaving the G7 meetings in Canada to return to Washington amid the continuing conflict between Israel and Iran. A short time earlier today, the president urged the immediate evacuation of the Iranian capital on social media. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tells ABC News that targeting Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei would end, not escalate, the ongoing fight between Israel and Iran. ABC's chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl spoke to the prime minister.
He made it very clear that targeting the supreme leader for assassination is very much on the table. He also dismissed reports that Iran is seeking an end to hostilities and a resumption of those nuclear talks. He told me those would be fake talks at this point.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Navy is positioning more assets closer to Israel to assist in its defense.
A U.S. official confirms the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz will now head without delay from the Western Pacific to the Middle East, joined by 3 destroyers in the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group. Currently, 2 Navy destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean, not far from Israel, are capable of bringing down medium-range and long-range ballistic missiles. A source tells ABC News more ships equipped with missile defense systems may soon arrive in the coming days and weeks. They would join a large number of mid-air refueling tankers that have just been sent to the region.
That's ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy in Washington. APS is asking the Arizona Corporation Commission for a 14% rate hike. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with a response from the utility and a ratepayer.
APS CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show the increase is necessary to keep up with infrastructure investments.
We spend over $2 billion a year every year investing to strengthen Arizona's grid.
Buckeye retiree Wendell Mukes tells KTAR the increased rate would hurt his budget because he's on a fixed income.
I know inflation is bad right now, but I think that's going to be hard on a lot of their customers.
If approved by the ACC, the hike would go into effect July 2026. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona State University's Preparatory Academy is launching a new teacherless high school this fall.
ASU Prep Tempe will be a tuition-free charter school located on ASU's Tempe campus. The program aims to allow students to choose their classes and learning schedule in a self-directed learning environment. Maxwell Smith, a founding leader of the program, says that starts with the educators.
Rather than teachers, we have guides. They still hold the same credentials and they have that content expertise, but you can do away with the traditional vision of a classroom where a teacher is at the front of a whiteboard.
The program is open to all 9th through 12th grade students in Arizona. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more at KTAR.com. Arizona will receive up to $108 million over the next 15 years as part of a settlement agreement reached by all U.S. attorneys general with drug maker Purdue Pharma. In a statement, Chris Mays says she's proud to have secured the cash to fight the opioid crisis in our state, accusing the owners of Purdue Pharma for worsening the nation's opioid crisis. In all, Arizona has now secured more than $1 billion from companies blamed for the crisis. Time to check the road home now. Let's go to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A new wreck to report at the intersection of 51st Avenue and Roosevelt. Probably the slowest portion of the Valley freeways right now, though, is the 202, and that's going to be the northbound side of it, just south of the I-10. And that is because there's a crash blocking the left lanes of the 202 northbound near Van Buren. In Scottsdale, you want to avoid entirely the intersection of Frank Lloyd Wright, right there at State Route 101. 101. The intersection's blocked due to an earlier crash. You just don't want to be there at all. And in Chandler, a crash at Alma School in Warner, and in Phoenix, one at 59th Avenue in Van Buren. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes Campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84 tonight. It's going to be a hot week. Tomorrow, a little cooler than today. 110, 111 Wednesday, up to 114 on Thursday. And we were at 114 just about half hour ago at Sky Harbor. Right now, it's 112 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people call it the best hour, especially on a Monday, as we are joined by Megan McCain. It's Mondays with Megan Gatos.
Host of Citizen McCain, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Mondays with Megan.
Got it in there.
Hello, Megan. How are you?
Thanks for plugging my show. And I think you say this to every guest on every hour,
Nope.
but I do appreciate it.
No, we do not.
No,
That's
we don't really like many of our guests. Hey, let's go with the breaking news.
Oh, for goodness sakes, we have to, right?
Yeah, let's start in...
Where do you want to start?
Well, I'm going to start with the president.
There's a lot happening.
Yeah,
There it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with President Donald Trump. So here's the quote. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. All right, he's left the G7 early. He wants the National Security Council waiting for him. We see military ships are headed to the region. Is something really big about to go down? Megan, do you have a thought on that?
I have no inside information at all, other than we know that Israel didn't start, their missile attacks on Iran without the go-ahead from the United States and from President Trump. And if you read some of the tea leaves on social media, the alt-right people in the, alt-right base of the Republican Party, like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and comedian Dave Smith, although I've never heard him actually say a joke before, are melting down about this, like melting down. And right now, right before I got on with you guys, Trump was going after Tucker Carlson in a very funny insult comic way. And I think it's because of his support of Israel and that he's not backing down. And he kept saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. However you feel about the geopolitics of all of this, I think that he is signaling that he is on the side of Netanyahu and Israel.
I mean, it's no doubt he's on the side.
Yeah, I don't think that's a question, is it?
But
the question is, how much would we be involved?
Well, I mean, Netanyahu...
I think more involved than Marjorie Taylor Greene is comfortable with.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all thinking the same thing. Are we really getting involved in this? How involved are we? Are we going to send missiles into Tehran? Israel and Netanyahu said, hey, we want to blow up Khomeini. Let's blow him up. And Trump said no. And I think that Trump is thinking, I mean, I'm trying to think what would happen if Israel actually did that. Where do we go from there?
I mean, my concern is Iran has allies just in the same way that Israel does.
Yeah.
And those allies are our enemies in Russia and China and, basically all the bad places, the axis of evil, if you will, on the planet. And that is my concern, is the escalation. Am I on the side of Israel? Always. Yeah. Clearly.
Me too.
But I think, like metaphorically and literally, when you open up a grenade, you don't always know where it's going to explode and what's going to happen. And just in my life and on my show, anecdotally, there's a lot of people in my age range that are like older millennials where I've spent more than 2/3 of my life with people I know fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. And there is a real hesitation and a real, I think, skepticism of, any kind of engagement whatsoever. That doesn't mean that, it's neither here nor there. But I do think if he ends up going full force supporting, I don't anticipate like boots on the ground or anything like that. But if we are somehow engaged in another Middle Eastern war, I do think it will start having impact on his base, and not just the fringe Tucker Carlson people, but like more mainstream conservatives as well.
I'm not saying you blew past it, but I do think it's an important point. Russia and China have a vested interest in Iran. They have a vested. Not only do they provide them with a lot of the missiles and technology and armament that they are using, but they're running out of friends in the region with some of the changes that have happened, if you will, recently. I don't know if Russia or China are going to use this as an opportunity to poke a finger in the eye of the U.S.
I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's everyone's existential fear right now. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of anxiety about this. Even just like it's hard to kind of scroll on social media last night before I went to bed. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's seen it. The images of like missiles coming down in Lebanon and then missiles coming down in Tel Aviv. It's very dystopian. And again, I am not, is like way above my pay grade, like to anticipate what happens next. But I do think that the president has really smart people around him. And I think right now I'm just sort of like in a wait and see before I make my last judgment call. But I do think if somehow we were in like a full-fledged international war with Iran, I do think the American public, they're not going to be as supportive as maybe Trump thinks.
And again, there are certain sites, apparently Israeli media is saying that U.S. fighter jets are participating in some way, shape, or form. I mean, this may be the type of war that you could just do from the air. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
That means that we're in it.
Yeah. But Iran was going to blame us anyway, weren't they?
Yeah, but we're in it now. If that is the truth, we have entered the war.
That's coming from Israelis Channel 14 is where I'm getting that information.
All right. Meghan McCain is joining us Mondays with Meghan. So over the weekend, we'll keep up with the violence. What happened in Minnesota. So they found and arrested the Minnesota man that shot and murdered the Democratic Speaker of the House and a Democratic state senator. Okay, so
and it had a list, by the way, of like 70 other elected officials, et cetera, all over the state.
So we've seen this before, unfortunately. It seems to be getting worse. We had Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. His home was burned down. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, there were threats to her. Yeah. You can talk about locally here, like, former Maricopa County recorder, Stephen Richer, his life was threatened how many times? Same with Hobbs when she was Secretary of State.
Gabby Giffords. I mean,
years ago.
What I'm saying? I mean, this has been a problem.
I think it's
also just a few days ago. Sorry to interrupt you, Gatos, but congressional candidate Daniel Hernandez in Tucson, someone shot up his congressional headquarters just a few days ago.
Yeah, which is also his house. Yeah, he has his headquarters there. Yeah,
I think I'm disturbed by it all. Don't get me wrong, but the thing that Donald Trump didn't do, he should have done. He was asked today if he had called Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And he said, quote, well, it's a terrible thing. I think he's a terrible governor. I think he's grossly incompetent person, but I may call him. I may call other people too. It's the utter lack of empathy from Donald Trump. I know there's a lot going on, and he's not bringing the country together. Joe Biden didn't bring the country together either. But my goodness, after something like this happens, you don't even call the governor, who would have made a terrible vice president if you ask me, but still, call the governor. You're the president of the United States, no?
Yeah, and I also, some things are really beyond politics, and it's just a horrific tragedy, and this poor couple, and it was clearly politically motivated by a psychopath, and people that go on social media and blame one party or the other when you're a psychopath, someone who takes a gun and shoots a lawmaker is a psychopath, period.
Dresses like a police officer, it knocks on the door type thing, yeah.
And I agree with you that there are times and moments that leadership and, real compassion should come into play. And I agree with you that it's an absolutely missed opportunity. I don't agree with it, and I don't think that language is productive. I will also say, after Luigi Mangione shot the CEO of the major insurance company, health insurance company, I was horrified by the amount of people saying it was justified and saying, even like Taylor Lorenz, who used to be at the Washington Post, was calling him hot and saying that, he did what he had to do. We are now in a place where our culture is justifying murder for political reasons, which for me is horrifying place to be. And it should be horrifying, by the way, for anyone who makes their living in commentary, which the three of us do, and anyone in politics, and it should horrify any American. But, you know, I have people that I know that are, you know, pretty high-level commentators on cable news that are very freaked out right now. And I don't know where we're at when violence and murder against politicians is the answer in any way. And it's just you are a psychopath and it's lunacy, and I won't accept any other explanation.
Feels like it's getting worse. Maybe there was a worse time in our nation's history. I don't know, but it feels like it's getting worse.
It totally feels like it's getting worse. I think. I agree.
Not to change the subject, but you were in D.C., I assume, over the weekend, yes or no?
Yes, and that
How was
parade
it?
screwed up my trip to Target.
Your trip to Target?
Yes, it was blocking everything.
I mean, D.C. traffic is already miserable. I can't imagine how bad it was.
The military parade.
Miserable.
The military parade ruined your weekend, Megan?
It didn't ruin my weekend, but it just made traffic impossible. And then, not to make you guys laugh, but I was like reading a book to my daughters right before bed, and all these like helicopters and planes overhead, and I was like, "What the hell is this noise?"
They're
like,
storming the beaches of Normandy behind you.
I was like, what is happening? Like, it was so loud.
Yeah.
And it just like, this is not for me. Like, I'm like sort of like a, you know, total fiscal conservative. Like, I think it's like a waste of resources. I was told that it was like pretty unimpressive, that they maybe should have had someone, you know, design it or plan it that was, you know, I don't know, someone who like does the Rose Bowl or something. So, you know, a person who like has experience in throwing big events. And for whatever it's worth, it was also raining all weekend. So I'm sure that didn't help things. And I just think it was a stupid waste of time. I'm sorry. I feel like totally stupid waste of time.
Don't leave the money part.
If I was in D.C., I would have went to it. I want to see what my tax dollars are going to. I want to see the big tanks. I want to see the turret.
I heard it was hard to get in and out of. Like, logistically, it was like hard to go to because obviously all the security threats. So, but you can go Gatos all day long. I'm fine.
I was disappointed we didn't get a report from you.
I tried to get Bruce to fly in with me, but he wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
What did you think of No King's Day? Was that a success?
I mean, you know, I didn't obviously attend any of the protests, and there weren't any around where I live. I think, you know, just like anyone on the other side of people in power, people want to feel, you know, like they're doing something and they're making an impact. But there have been so many rallies over so many years, starting with the Women's March, that at the time, I remember at the Women's March being told that like I needed to support it because I'm a woman. And I was like, I don't know what they're doing and I don't know what they're asking for. Like, I don't know what this movement is about. And much like that, I'm like, but what are you asking for? I don't know if it had something to do with, you know, the military parade or just like Trump's, you know, overreach governing or whatever. I don't know. But I think that the problem with the left right now is that they really lacked one simple cohesive message. And No King's Day to me, like, I just didn't make a ton of sense to me messaging wise, but
I think it was more anti-Trump, and then everything else they wanted to throw in.
I kind of disagree with that. I didn't find it anti-Trump.
Really?
No. I mean, there was some.
When they say no kings, who do you think they're talking about?
I understand that, but I think it was more about maybe democracy. And I know if you go down the road, well, Trump wants to be king and all that kind of stuff. But I thought it was just more. Well, I've got an American flag. I like this country. I didn't think it was a lot of hate. I didn't think it was mean-spirited.
There were some pretty ugly signs.
There were, but I mean, I thought I didn't think it was I didn't think it was all about hate. I don't want to see hate on either side. I just didn't find that about hate today or Saturday.
Well, they said between 3 and 5 million people showed up across the nation.
All right.
Did you attend?
No, I don't go to these things.
No, thank you.
I don't go to these things either, but I don't know if it's just because I'm like, you know, jaded and
exactly.
But there were so many people that were doing it. There were a bunch of celebrities that were like clearly doing it for social media, and like, not that you guys care about this, but there's like a reality star that was canceled a few years ago for a pretty bad like incident where she, like, it doesn't even matter, but it was racially motivated. Like, she did something that was very racist, and she was like attending that march, and you know, my friends were like, oh, she's trying to like to clean up her reputation a little bit. And I think like there's just some people, like, the collectivism I'm never into. I'm like, but what are you trying to achieve? What bill do you want passed? Like, also start electing people. Like, Democratic Party's got real problems. Like, focus on candidates right now. So, you know, but I guess people like a party.
Or just hang out in the street. Exactly.
Hey, Megan, we'll talk to you next Monday. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day. Bye.
All right. Mondays with Megan McCain. All right. Coming up next, after only one person survived that horrible Air India plane crash, this is the question everybody wants to know. Tell me the safest seat on the plane. We'll do that next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about my friends at Trajan Wealth. And, I just had lunch with Jeff Jr. today, and it comes up in conversation. It seems that a lot of people don't know what they don't know, especially when it comes to retirement. And whenever you're talking about money or retirement or how much you've saved, a lot of people are, I'm going to use the term, they're shy. They're maybe don't want to reveal how much. Maybe they don't think they've saved enough. But listen, taking that first step is what you need to do. No matter where you are on the journey, making sure someone is looking over this, making someone can help you navigate into retirement, well, that's what's most important. You can reach out right now and get a complimentary sit-down introductory meeting from my friends at Trajan Wealth. And it all starts with a phone call, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. You can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:20. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. In a post on his social media platform tonight, President Trump advising the citizens of Tehran, a city with a population of nearly 10 million, to, quote, immediately evacuate. Iran and Israel continue to launch a new wave of missiles at each other. ABC News chief foreign correspondent Ian Pennell is in Tel Aviv.
The U.S. hoping not to be drawn into this, but news that they're deploying an aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers to the region without delay.
And President Trump is leaving the G7 summit in Canada early. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home tonight. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Chandler, you got a wreck slowing things down on the 202 eastbound approaching the Chandler Airport. So the 202 Santan eastbound at Cooper Road, that's where the crash is. There's one report saying it is on the exit ramp. In Phoenix, we've got a crash blocking the left lanes on 202 northbound. That's near Van Buren. In Scottsdale, again, please avoid the area of Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard on the 101. That intersection is blocked due to an earlier crash. In Chandler on the city streets, we've got another crash at Alma School in Warner, one in Phoenix at 59th Avenue and Van Buren. Traffic brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Turn in that old AC for a new one with cash for clunkers, $3,000 off a brand new AC unit. Full details at dayandnightair.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
So if you flew in the last week or so, anytime there's a plane crash like the one they had in India, it ratchets up the anxiety, the tension for a lot of folks. And people are trying to figure out, well, if one person survived the crash, 241 people lost their lives on that Air India flight, and one guy, I don't think it's exaggeration to say, literally walked away.
Can't believe it.
What can you learn from that? What can you learn, and where should you sit on a plane?
Well, I mean, his seat was 11A.
11 Alpha, yeah.
It doesn't matter where you sit. If a plane crashes, you're probably dead. So, are you going to start picking your seat now based on what happened with Air India? I'll tell you right now, I'm going to pick a seat where I think I'm going to be most comfortable. I'm not going to worry about the plane crashing.
I don't worry about plane crashes.
I can't worry about that. It's out of my control. What is somewhat in my control is if I can get an aisle seat and at least be comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I don't know if you've... Let me just throw something out there. I'm going to get the numbers mixed up because I don't understand numbers. But in incidents where planes crash, and we've seen some recently, the vast majority of people survive plane crashes.
Okay.
It's the over-the-top crazy ones that obviously draw our focus. So maybe where you sit is important, which is why I sit in emergency exits.
Get out first.
Well, at least I'm going to open the door. I'll be there.
At least I'll sit there, too. At least I've got some leg room.
I got leg room. That's the bonus, is the leg room. But the side part is, I'm right there.
Experts. I did a deep dive. You ready?
I'm ready for the experts.
If a plane's tail section shears off.
Oh, God. That happens. You see just the tail sitting there.
A seat closer to the front will typically be safer.
Really?
In a head-on collision.
Oh, God.
We've seen a few close calls. A seat closer to the rear.
Well, that makes sense.
May offer you the best chance of survival.
Interesting.
During a collision involving multiple aircraft on the ground or in the air, the best bet is to not fly
I was going
in
to say,
that
don't
plane.
be on that plane. Yeah.
You know what they
Mid-air
said?
collision.
This is what they said. The best bet is to sit far away from the point of impact.
Yeah.
Really? Thank you very much.
Just farther to fall.
Listen.
I don't know.
Pick your seat where you're going to be comfortable. If it goes down, it goes down. There's nothing you can do.
You know, I've told you. Always make sure you have on good shoes that you can get out of a plane when you fly on a plane.
You don't want to burn your feet?
Yeah, like women, like don't wear. Okay, guys, don't wear flippy floppies. You know, open-toed shoes. Women don't wear like high heels. If you have to get off a plane quickly, make sure you get your running shoes on. I plan for things like that. Yeah, I think of things like that. I'm like, yeah,
okay,
I'm ready.
All right.
Up next, we got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that. Will you get blackballed just by saying no at work? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, how many of you have an energy bill, especially in the summer, that's just out of control? Absolutely out of control. And you're thinking, well, what do I do about it? Well, one thing you can do is get new windows. You know, maybe today your homework assignment is, you know, it's middle of the day, it's 110, 112. Whenever you get home, go next to your window and see how much heat is coming in. For a lot of you, you have bad windows. And for a lot of you, that heat is coming from the outside inside. Here's what you do. You call my friends at Advanced Window Products. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. They are a local company. They've been doing business since 1986. They've got it all. They'll build it. They'll install it. They guarantee it for life. You'll have beautiful windows, pretty to look at, and your energy bills are going to start going down because you have efficient windows that's keeping the heat on the outside of your house. Summer special when you mention Gatos. It's not for long, so get in on this. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Just check them out, advancedwindows.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day. But take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state. So if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I am wearing shorts this summer. Jamie West here, and this is the first time my legs have seen daylight for a while. Thanks to Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, I've lost nearly 50 pounds, and I'm keeping it off. The exclusive 3-step protocol restores your metabolism so you can finally keep the weight off for good. There are no shots or drugs or counting calories. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. It really does work. Yeah, there are side effects, good ones. More energy, better sleep, a healthier body inside and out. I'm finally free after a lifetime of fad diets, yo-yoing, sugar cravings, and frustration. You'll start seeing the changes quickly, so don't wait to get started. Schedule your free consultation right now. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, the White House says President Trump is leaving the G7 meetings in Canada to return to Washington amid the continuing conflict between Israel and Iran. A short time earlier today, the president had urged the immediate evacuation of the Iranian capital on social media. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tells ABC News that targeting Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, would end, not escalate, the ongoing fight between Israel and Iran. ABC's chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl spoke to the prime minister.
He made it very clear that targeting the supreme leader for assassination is very much on the table. He also dismissed reports that Iran is seeking an end to hostilities and a resumption of those nuclear talks. He told me those would be fake talks at this point.
So the best thing to do, the safest thing to do, is to be vaccinated from measles.
A traveler infected with measles came through the valley as local health authorities are urging caution. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with more on the story. We'll pick up Balin in just a few moments. A little technical difficulty there, but now let's check on traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A couple things going on in Chandler right now. There's a wreck at Alma School and Warner, and then there is actually that one wreck being cleared, and that's on the Cooper Road exit. If you're heading eastbound on the 202 out by the airport, traffic is slow there. Now that exit ramp is open, but they're still clearing that wreck, so things are still a little bit slow there. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, we'll see clear skies, a low temp around 84, then 110 tomorrow and 111 on Wednesday, but right back up there into the 110s, 114 by Thursday. It's 113 right now in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. An Arizona U.S. Senator says Medicaid should cover a year postpartum. We take a look at the pros and cons tomorrow morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Bruce.
Yes.
We're outspoken against hunger.
Oh.
Not on our watch. We're not going to let children go to bed hungry.
Here.
So we have partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're trying to raise thousands. We are approaching the $20,000 mark. Pretty good.
That's a great mark. But
it's good.
It's halfway.
We've got a quota we've got to hit each hour.
We do.
Here's what we're looking for. We need 7 of you to toss in $50 each. Now, you want to do more? Great. Hey, you're out there and you want to do it $25, I ain't going to stop you. But we need 7 of you to text the word food to 620-620 and give 50. We'll hit our quota for the hour. Remember, we're trying to get to 50,000.
Yes.
Because our friends at Axon will double it.
Yeah, we want to take every last penny of their generosity.
If you guys and gals out there, if you help us get to 50, they'll double it. We got $100,000 that we're going to send to St. Mary's Food Bank.
Wow.
Do you have any idea how many meals that is? I do the math. I can't do it.
It's too big a number for me.
Okay, we need 7 of you, $50 right now. Text the word food to 620-620. There you go. There you go. Let's do this thing.
All right.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm pumped up.
As well you
I've
should
got a
be.
lot of energy Monday because I had the whole weekend off.
Oh, well, good for you. Question. Are you allowed to say no at work these days?
What a great question. I think it depends on what position you're in.
Well, that's fair. I think it always depends on that. Although, I would say some positions that might have been hard nose a year or two ago might be softening their stance.
So
is that a fair way to put it?
Depends on the economy.
Well,
that's interesting.
You get where I'm going with that.
I do. Mm-hmm.
Somebody that would have told the boss to pound sand a while ago might have gone, well, let's negotiate.
In my experience, and this is just me.
Yeah.
I've said no a lot. And here's what I usually say. But again, remember, I've been at one place almost 27 years.
Right.
Okay. So you have to take that.
I
haven't been here 2 years.
Account. No.
But no, in the past, I have said no. And the reason is I want to do things the right way.
Okay.
I don't want to have 45 balls in the air and 20 of them are going to be projects that are pretty good. And the other 20 are going to fall through the cracks because I've just got too much stuff.
Need some focus.
Yeah. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
So I concentrate on certain things. And when I've had people come up and say, hey, can you do this? I've said no. And you know what? I don't feel bad about it.
But that's less of a no and more of a I don't have room on my plate for
Some
that.
people don't care.
Oh, okay.
Some people are like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Fit it in.
Okay.
And I want to do things well. And I think if, I'm not a guy who gets overwhelmed very much at all because I'll just keep whacking the ball right over the net. But I want to do things the right way. And if let's say KTAR wanted me to do 5 different things in one day or add 5 I'd probably say no because I want to do things right.
I've seen it from both sides. And let me tell you my impression as a boss.
Good.
And I used to tell people this, like in group meetings. People who say yes and solve problems for me tend to get more opportunities.
Okay.
Tend to move up quicker. That's the way of the world. You know what I'm saying? People who say no all the time, at some point I stop asking. And that's not a good thing if I stop asking. Do you know what I mean? So being a yes person at work isn't necessarily a bad thing if you're getting credit for it and it provides opportunity to move forward.
Yeah, but you could be taking advantage of people.
Sure, there's a balance.
How many times it's like maybe you're out there and your boss is asking you to do all these different things and they're adding and adding and adding. Well, okay, how much more are you going to pay me because this is taking my time. It's taking a lot more time.
But keep in mind, as a boss, you want to keep the good people. It makes your life infinitely harder to lose those people.
I think there are good people who say no, and that's a good thing. I think to say no on certain things is right.
And I think you started off, and it's fair. It depends on your current situation.
Yeah. Don't walk all over me. Don't think you can walk all over me.
And it's okay to push back, and it's okay to ask, what's in it for me? Absolutely. Absolutely. But if you're the no person all the time, eventually the boss will stop asking.
Yeah, I don't think you can be the no person all the time. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I said no to everything. That's crazy.
I wasn't even referencing you.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But, to say yes to everything, you're going to disappoint some people if it becomes too much.
When I first started, I remember the first radio station I work at,
you said yes to everything.
Yes to literally everything they ever asked.
I think I did.
Right?
Too. Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if I washed the van at some point, but I probably did. You know what I'm saying?
Of gun violence.
Because I wanted to be the yes person. I wanted to be the person they went to because when opportunities came up, I wanted them to think of me.
That guy hustles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not always a bad thing.
Right. But now.
And I got opportunity because of it.
But now. You saying yes?
I say yes to a lot of things still.
I don't think so.
I have trouble saying no. I like doing things. It's the problem.
What about outside of the office?
Oh, I say yes to damn near everything.
Take it outside of the office, because I think that sometimes, if everybody is asking you for something, you have to say no
at some point.
Of course.
The only time I say no is if I literally have something else booked. I get asked to do things or events or attend things, and I'm like, oh yeah, no. I go to my calendar, sure, I'll be there. Yeah, I have trouble saying no.
You do. I don't have any trouble saying no.
I have trouble saying no. Yeah. My only out is I'm already booked.
I'm booked from 4 to 7.
Oh yeah, can't make it in.
Yeah.
But don't you think that there's been a bit of a change? I think we went from certainly a couple of years, you could say, COVID and post-COVID, where employees had the upper hand. You need me.
Right.
I'm going to work from home.
Yeah.
Here's how this is going to work. You know what I'm saying? And employers were terrified to lose people. I don't know if they're as scared anymore.
I just think I think you can hurt your reputation by biting off more than you can chew.
If you say yes to things and you can't do it properly, then I would agree with you. Yes, absolutely.
And then you look like a bad employee.
And then
why aren't you doing that?
You just did everything halfway because it was too much.
Well, that's why I told you I didn't want to do it.
I told you I didn't want to do it to begin
Or you could go down this road. You can say yes.
Yeah.
And then you do a horrible job. And then they never ask you again.
Never ask you to wash the van again.
Or they fire you.
Or either that.
It's one of those two.
Do you have trouble pronouncing some Arizona towns, landmarks, streets? We're going to help you. We're going to talk about some of the most mispronounced words in Arizona and see if we can agree on the pronunciation. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. So we're doing a bit of a remodeling in our home this summer. And so part of that is going to be paint. We want the inside of our house painted. We want different colors on the wall. And, of course, I've hired the Arizona Painting Company. Best in the business. Nobody better in Arizona, 20-plus years. As I always say, when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry. They're very, very good at their job. Their painters are skilled. Let me walk you through a couple things. If you want the outside of your home painted this summer, don't think that it's too hot. The Arizona Painting Company, they know how to paint the exterior of your home in 115 degrees. So if you feel bad for the painters, they want to be there, they want to make money, and they want to make your house look perfect. So they show up a little bit earlier, they work around the sun, they end the day a little bit earlier, they're good to go. Interior of the house, some of you are saying, I got kids around. They're experienced at working while the kids are at home. They can work around your clutter. So, hire the Arizona Painting Company. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you everything you need to know about the Arizona Painting Company.
Phoenix summers are not great for painting, so do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield ceramic coating beats the Phoenix heat, and the crew
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, get Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
So the best thing to do, the safest thing to do is to be vaccinated from measles.
Tuesday of last week, a traveler went through Sky Harbor Airport while infected with measles. If you were in the airport on June 10th, you may be at risk for infection up to 21 days from being exposed. County Chief Medical Officer Dr. Nick Staub adds it's something to take seriously.
Individuals can be hospitalized, and there can be deaths related to measles. So it is definitely not an infection that you would want to take your chance with.
Those at risk are individuals who were in Sky Harbor's Terminal 4, concourses C or D, from 5 p.m. to midnight. Again, that's last Tuesday. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the road home for us now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. 202 eastbound in Chandler at Cooper Road. It's still slow there. There was a wreck earlier on that exit ramp. That is on the right shoulder of the exit ramp now, but traffic, of course, still backed up. Also in Chandler, a wreck at Alma School in Warner, and that's not the biggest problem on Alma School. There are a few slowdowns there, especially Chandler Boulevard. And then in Queen Creek, there's a crash between Crimson Road and Ocotillo to look out for. And that's traffic for now. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center. This is where you go to meet Dr. Joe, and you sit down and you discuss, what are we going to do to that smile? What can we do to make you feel more comfortable with, the issue that you have of broken teeth or missing teeth? You don't have to live like that anymore, and Dr. Joe's going to make sure of it. He's got over 20 years of dental implant expertise, and he is going to take care of you. So, a couple things about Aria. First thing, when you walk in and you meet Dr. Joe, here's what I can promise you. You will be put to ease. He's going to talk to you about the procedure. He's going to talk to you about the timeline. They'll also talk to you about the price. They've got transparent pricing. There are no hidden fees. When you go to Aria, it's a local company, so your wallet is going to thank you. They can guarantee that you're going to have that smile you deserve, and at the end of it, you're going to see a bill that's going to be affordable. So, Aria Dental Implant Center.com. Tom Gato sent you.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The budget deadline is approaching. Will they get a budget done in the state of Arizona? We talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Do you struggle, especially if you either just moved here or when you first moved here, with the way we spell and pronounce things here in Arizona? It can be a bit of a challenge, and it's fair to say it's because we have a lot of things that are not named after the Queen's English.
Well, I remember when I got out here in my very early 20s, and I'm like, I hear this place, Temp, is awesome.
Temp?
Right?
Doesn't sound like it's very permanent. It's just going to be here for a while.
What's
Temp.
out there? I hear there are a lot of young people out there, and I can probably get rejected a lot if we went out to one of the bars, and that's what happened.
I can get
and then I
rejected
figured
a
out it
lot.
was Tempe.
It most certainly is.
It most certainly is. So some people, maybe when they get here, they don't pronounce it the correct way.
Yeah. I got some funny ones from people out there that are challenged by some words. I can only imagine that somebody has seen this and said, "Oh, La Canada, La Cañada."
Oh boy,
La Cañada.
I was doing the
Not La Canada. No,
right.
It's not La Canada.
Okay,
it's La Cañada.
All right, yeah, it's a tough one.
Well, again, if you don't know, like you didn't take Spanish 101 in high school,
right?
You could struggle with some of these.
Right. I think Gila is one of them.
Like, Gila Bend or Gila River.
I mean, if you first got out here and you look at that, I think
what the heck's a Gila? You got Gillas everywhere. A Gila monster.
That's right. No, it's not a Gila monster.
It's not a Gila monster.
It's not Gila River.
It is most certainly not the Gila River.
It's not Gila County.
Right.
Or Gila Bend.
Yeah.
But I think you have to learn that.
It takes time. So we're here to help.
Yeah.
We're here to help. What other things do you think people have struggled with pronouncing?
Well, we got Tempe, which some people got wrong. How about up north?
Okay, we're gonna go up north. Oh, there's a lot of Apache and Navajo names up there.
Mm-hmm.
Which
the one that starts with a P. I'm gonna go with Prescott.
Oh,
I'm gonna go with that.
That's correct.
Not Prescott.
Prescott. As in biscuit.
Right.
That's the easiest way to remember it. Prescott as in biscuit.
It looks like Prescott.
It does look, it's spelled like Prescott. Yes.
Or some people say Prescott.
Yeah. No.
Prescott. No, Prescott.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have, oh my God, how about this one? So I grew up in Tucson, and so there is a military base down near Sierra Vista, Arizona. It's a huge Army base. It's pronounced Huachuca, Fort.
I couldn't.
Oh, really?
No.
Huachuca.
You don't know?
Huachuca.
Huachuca. Fort Huachuca.
Yeah.
And we have some Huachuca Mountains, I believe, somewhere. But yeah, Fort Huachuca down there. Only reason I knew that is because I grew up down there and you had to know. Believe me, when you see that word, Huachuca is not what comes to mind.
Right. Another one on the list. We're talking about some of these Arizona places that people will
struggle
with. Right.
I mean, don't feel bad. We had to learn how to do these too.
Right. Some people pronounce Tucson incorrectly. It's pronounced Pitt.
Here we go.
Sorry, Bruce.
Says the guy from New Jersey. Really?
Right.
I don't like Jersey. That's why I got the heck out of there. Are you kidding me?
If you've been up north and you've gone and looked at some amazing natural wonders, you might have visited a certain canyon up there.
The Grand Canyon?
Not Grand.
Oh, okay, because that's the big one.
It's Canyon de Chelly. It is not Shelley. It is not the Canyon de Chelly. I want to assure you of that.
Isn't it like Duché or something?
Canyon de Chelly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been there.
Chelly is pronounced Shay.
Okay.
Now, I didn't make it up. It's not my rule. I just know that if you do say I'm going to Canyon de Chelly, we're like, you're not from around these
What about
parts.
Casa Grande?
Have we come up with an agreement that it's Casa Grande yet?
I don't know, because I've heard it both.
Go with Casa Grande or you'll get laughed at.
Is that so?
Yeah.
I really think it's Casa Grande.
Okay, so
Yeah.
why would I get laughed at if I said
Because
it the other way?
nobody says it.
I hear it both
Although,
ways.
I will say, we asked the mayor one time.
Of Casa Grande.
And he couldn't even come to an agreement on how you're actually supposed to pronounce it.
I think it's fine either way.
He said people pronounce it every way.
Every which way?
Every which way.
Okay. Well, then that's one place where you can pronounce it one of two ways, and it's okay.
Yeah, but one way lets me know if you're from here or you've been here for a while.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And another is, you're new to these parts.
See, I've always called it Casa Grande, and I've been here since 1996. But you're telling me that that's not the right way to say it.
I think most people say Casa Grande. Yeah,
I've always heard it. And then when I heard somebody say Casa Grande, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Where?
That I like. That's a bit better.
You're new here.
Bruce, we're almost at the top of the hour.
Oh.
I must bring back Outspoken Against Hunger.
Please do.
We asked this hour.
You don't need an excuse to do that.
We asked this hour for 7 of you to text the word food to 620-620.
Yep.
Throw in $50.
We asked for $50 from 7 people. Don't ask me what that is.
We got 4 people.
Oh.
We need 3 more.
Okay, well, we still have 5 minutes left. Yeah.
We're trying to feed children who every day go to St. Mary's Food Bank with their parents. Mm-hmm. And all you have to do is text the word food, 620-620. In the next 6 minutes, we need 3 people to call. We hit our quota for the hour, and we're on pace.
There you go.
Okay?
Thank you.
You got it.
Food, text the word food to the number 620-620. There are a lot of things going on right now.
Oh, God.
There are a lot of things. New strikes by Iran and Israel. Trump leaving the G7 early. A tweet to get out of Tehran.
The
Evacuate.
whole world is talking
Tehran.
about.
We're going to give you the latest on what's going on. We'll try to put it all together in some sort of a cohesive package up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. So here's a word that some people mispronounce in Arizona. Connecticut. Bruce, you ever have any problems with Connecticut? It's very refreshing. Spelled Kinetico. So Connecticut has been around here in the Valley for decades, over 40 years, and it is a water system that you need in your house, all right? And here's why. Arizona water has some bad things in it. It's got a lot of chlorine. It's got some carcinogens that are dangerous. It's got some forever chemicals in parts of Arizona, very dangerous. So what I want you to do is make an appointment with Connecticut. Call them, 602-910-6570. Tell them Gato sent you. They come to your house for free. They tell you about a Connecticut, but more importantly, they will test your water right in front of your eyes, tell you what's in it, and believe me, it's most likely going to be dirty. You don't want to drink that. 602-910-6570. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you could see the future and saw something bad coming, would you do something to change it? That's exactly what my friends at Lifeguard Imaging do with their high-accuracy CT scans. They can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late, giving you time to take action and do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, we keep hearing about tariffs. How do they impact your strategies for your clients?
Well, Jim, tariffs can affect investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented widespread. Right now, we're just dealing with the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that?
We just stay focused on what we've always been focused on, which is true diversification.
And you don't just rely on one source to guide your portfolios either.
Absolutely. We use multiple money managers to spread the risk.
So staying informed, being adaptable, and you don't panic.
Exactly. Do not panic and make sure that you're investing at the right risk level for you.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. And new tonight, the White House says President Trump is leaving the G7 meetings in Canada to return to Washington amid the continuing conflict between Israel and Iran. A short time earlier today, the president on social media urged the immediate evacuation of the Iranian capital. The Senate is getting ready to make changes to the One Big Beautiful tax policy bill that passed the House last month. A new draft version of the package is out, and ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has taken a look.
The Senate Finance Committee's draft would offer seniors a new $6,000 tax deduction, more generous than the $4,000 deduction in the House version. The Senate proposal would keep the current $10,000 cap on the deduction for state and local taxes for individual filers. That will disappoint GOP moderates in the House's so-called SALT caucus, who've insisted on adherence to the agreement in the House, with a measure containing a $40,000 SALT deduction passed by a single vote last month.
Could your utility bill be going up soon? Well, APS has proposed a 14% increase for late next year. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to explain why.
The Arizona Corporation Commission last approved an 8% hike for APS in February 2024. Utility CEO Ted Geisler tells the Mike Broomhead Show they're being proactive to keep up with extreme heat, increased demand, and infrastructure maintenance.
It likely wouldn't take effect until the latter part of 2026. So by the time you do that, that's about a 5-year spread between the costs that are currently in customer rates and when new rates would go into effect.
However, Buckeye retiree Wendell Mukes calls a double-digit increase ridiculous.
Yes, I am on fixed income, and, that is going to hurt my budget.
Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A fallen Apache Junction police officer was remembered this morning. Gabriel Fosio was shot and killed June 2nd while trying to take a road rage suspect into custody. Ana Fosio remembers her father for all of the good he left behind.
My dad was the most determined and hardworking man that I have ever known. He had a saying that goes, "Never take no as an answer." And boy, did he live by that saying.
Fosio's the first Apache Junction officer killed in the line of duty. Skin cancer is the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer in the country, and it's especially true here in Arizona, according to Julie Dunnigan, the CEO of Cancer Support Community Arizona. She says many people just don't take it seriously enough.
Yes, most skin cancers can be easily treated. You can go to the dermatologist or to the doctor and they can excise it or cut it out, and then that's done. But at the same time, melanoma can be a very deadly form of cancer.
To protect yourself, be sure you don't skip the sunscreen. Wear a hat and sunglasses and stick to the shade when you can. On Wall Street today, the Dow was up 317 points, closing out the day at 42,515. S&P rose 56, and the NASDAQ was up by 294. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time for traffic. Let's go to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Starting on the west side, there's a slowing down at Lower Buckeye Road, also Van Buren Street, talking about the northbound 202. And then when you make it onto the westbound 10, it's still slow heading all the way out to 83rd Avenue. And on the East Valley in Queen Creek, there's a crash at Chrisman and Ocotillo. And actually, Ocotillo is slow in both directions at this time, so allow a little extra time in both of those areas. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, 84 for our low temp. Tomorrow, 110, and Wednesday, 111. But we're going to be right back up there at about 114 by Thursday. And right now in Chandler, it's 111 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3. Now,
a lot of people call hour number 3 the best of the hours out there.
We're outspoken against hunger this summer.
Yeah.
But only for 2 more weeks. So we're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're trying to feed children who are not eating. School's out. They're not getting the breakfast.
No.
They're not getting the lunch.
Missing out entirely.
Sometimes their first meal, and it's not always hot, is at night. So we're asking you to give as generously as you can in this hour to meet our quota for the hour. Bruce, we need $1,000. Okay. So
I believe in Team 6 o'clock.
Text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. It is it's the time to give to your community. We're going to put this money to good work. And I want you to think about a child eating, maybe after a day of not eating. And that's because of you, because you just donated.
Thank you.
Okay? Text the word food to 620-620. We need that 1,000 by the end of this hour.
Where do you want to start?
All right. Let's start.
There is a lot going on.
I think we've got to start, obviously, with Iran and Israel. But I think they're about when you peel back the onion on this thing, there are a ton of layers. But I think the number one issue, the number one, I guess, big story is what Trump said today on social media. And people are listening. So you said, well, what is that?
What did he say?
He told everybody to get out of Tehran, Iran.
Yeah, evacuate Tehran.
Right.
A city of roughly 10 million people.
So
12 million in the greater region, they say.
Let's read the quote. Here's the quote. And this happened, right before we got on the air at 4.
Yeah. So 2 hours ago,
okay.
roughly. Yeah.
Quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. I mean, think about it this way. What if a world leader said everyone
Vladimir
needs
Putin
to evacuate Phoenix, Arizona?
Yeah. What do you do?
Well, if you look at the pictures, people are leaving Tehran.
Well, here's a crazy thing.
The
was like
roads are packed.
It was 3-something in the morning.
It's the middle of the night.
Yeah, literally. I think it's in the 5 a.m.-ish now. Yeah.
If you're woken up
Oh, God.
Can you imagine? Well, I can't imagine living in Iran anyway. But if you're living in Iran and your cell phone rings because your mom or your uncle or your friend says, "Hey, the U.S. president, the Trump guy, says get out of Tehran.
Get out of Tehran.
Do you leave?
You got to be committed to the cause to stay.
I think you leave.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mess around with this. I don't know what's going on. I can always come back."
So then soon after that.
Okay. If that wasn't enough.
Trump is in Canada.
Right.
For the G7 meeting.
I thought it was for the 51st state meeting, but go ahead.
That too. He then says he's leaving a day early. I'm assuming he's already on board Air Force One.
He got out of there.
He left. And he requested that the National Security Council meet him in the Situation Room when he arrives back at the White House. That was the other piece. Okay, so get out of Tehran.
Right.
I'm immediately leaving and going to the Situation Room. And by the way, all you generals better be there when I get there.
I think he just wanted to get out of Canada.
Okay, there's a good chance of
He's not welcome in Canada.
No, they don't like him there.
So if you go down the list of serious things that have happened today, the social media post, leaving the G7, having the National Security Council waiting, military ships have been headed to that region over the last 24 hours.
Yep. Air fueling tankers, over 30 of them headed to the region.
I think out of all of it, one of the bigger things also is what an Israeli television station is reporting, and we don't know if it's true or false.
I can only go by, again, little piece, that American air assets are involved on the strikes in Tehran. Now, what does that mean? Is that the air tankers? Are they flying above just refueling Israeli jets? I don't know if that means. Is it bombers of some sort? Because here is
Are we bombing Iran is the question. Is it America?
Because here's the conundrum.
Right.
Israel doesn't have the weaponry to get deep into the mountains and the underground nuclear facilities in Iran.
So their uranium is being processed.
These facilities, and I don't know how many of them. There's a bunch of them, right? One of them is literally inside of a mountain, and Israel doesn't have a bomb that can reach that or a missile.
Why don't we just give them one?
The United States has one.
Okay, but why do we have to be the one to send it? Why can't?
Because they don't have bombers. So it would have to be a U.S. bomber to deliver the bunker-busting bomb, a B-2 bomber. Am I getting it right, guys? My Air
Didn't
Force
we use
friends?
that in Afghanistan?
Yes, we did. In Tora Bora, remember that? Going after bin Laden. These are these bombs that can go in and take the top off a mountain.
Yeah, but it all changes if a missile or a bunker bomber, whatever you want to call it, comes from
busting bomb,
one of our planes.
It's going to have to.
But that changes everything. Then we're in it. I mean, I understand that we're assisting, but we haven't bombed Iran. Or did we? We don't know.
Again,
we don't know.
I don't think we have, I guess I would say.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. That's hard to believe. But if the Israeli television station is saying it, doesn't mean it's true.
But it just says we're involved. At what level?
Yeah.
Are we involved in a support role? Are we involved with AWACS planes flying above, giving the radar, giving
that's big
directing them. Well, exactly. And if you're Iran,
if you're over,
and you're getting bombed, do you distinguish between the guy flying the fighter jet and the guy in the the plane giving them directions?
If you're in, if our bombers are in Iranian airspace, when's the last time that happened?
Is Trump going to go to war with Iran?
No, he doesn't want to do that. I mean, that's what he's been like that forever. He wants out of wars. He doesn't want in, but you don't know. Something could have changed. I don't know. He changes his mind. We know that.
Does it come down to how it's perceived by the other side? I mean,
what do you mean?
By Iran, it's up to how Iran takes it. It's not up to what we meant, right?
Well, I mean,
we didn't mean to get involved, guys, and they're like, well, you're involved.
Wow. Again, there are going to be facts here. If our planes are over Tehran, if we've dropped any bombs, or if we're, watching the area for Israel, I mean, if we're in their airspace, this whole thing, this whole war has changed, and we're in.
So is there a line? Is there, especially for those who don't want to get involved in this, where is that line? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what is supporting Israel but not being involved in the war? Or how do you do both?
I don't think you can be in their airspace. You can't fly over their country.
Okay.
That's an act of war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, Israel apparently took out all of their anti-aircraft batteries, missiles, so that they could fly unmolested around the area. So did the U.S. get involved only after Israel took out all of the surface-to-air missiles?
I just think that if you're the president of the United States, you're leaving a G7 early.
A day early.
You're tweeting, get out of Tehran.
Yeah.
Something massive is happening or is going to happen. I don't know what it is. I listen, this is above my pay grade. I don't know. I can only go by what the president has said. I mean, those are words. I mean, when you say evacuate an entire major city that's on this planet, I mean, this is serious stuff. And that means people in Tehran are going to get killed if they don't leave. That's what everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That means you're going to get crushed. That means that city is going away. That's what it means to me, Bruce. That's what that means to me.
Again, it's a city of 10 million and an area of over 12.
Right. You can't evacuate that.
No. Well, not in hours. No. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And not immediately. I don't, even if you wanted to. Besides the fact that it's whatever, 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever.
No. It's scary. It's scary. I hope you got to hope that it's hard to like hear me out. It's hard for me to try and figure out what I want to happen here.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because I'm not a military expert. I know I support Israel. I know Iran is bad. But how far do you want to go? Because if you remove the head, which is what Israel would like to do, we've seen that movie before.
What's your guarantee that the next guy up is better?
Right. You can make an argument ISIS was worse than Saddam Hussein. I mean,
there's a solid argument.
You can make an argument in one way.
How about this? Getting rid of Saddam. Can we agree on this? Getting rid of Saddam Hussein destabilized the entire region.
Yeah.
Destabilized the entire region.
For a while.
Yeah.
It sure
for
did.
A decade.
It sure did.
it destabilized.
But that still feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
I don't know if it's a garden spot to live in these days, I'll grant you, but yeah. And Saddam Hussein, bad guy, as bad as they get.
Sure,
agreed.
Sure. Yeah.
But ISIS, I was like, wow,
that was bad.
I think they're actually worse. They might actually be worse.
But, you know, at the end of the day, if Iran has a nuclear weapon, they're going to destroy Israel. And Israel, in my opinion, would be gone. What do you do if you're Israel? That's why they're doing what they're doing. So.
But there are consequences to that.
There's always a consequence.
And again, where is that line? And how involved should the United States be? Because that is the argument going on right now.
Yeah.
Inside Washington, D.C.
The
hardliners, by the way, in Washington, D.C., are the anti-war people now. Hardliners used to be the pro-war people. No. The hardliners are, we're not getting involved. We're not going to war for Israel, full stop, period.
We should support them. We should, you know,
we give them missiles. We give them jets.
We helped. Didn't we help shoot down some of the rockets?
We provide
from Iran
the what do you call it? Anti-missile defense.
Yeah, I don't want boots on the ground. I don't think
no.
I don't think our plane should be over their airspace.
It's just egging them on. It's egging Iran on.
I mean, I'm rooting for Israel 100%. I'm just saying, when I said a moment ago, I don't know what I want to happen, what have happened after this whole thing. Because if you do remove the head of the snake, we've seen it before that could go wrong, and someone worse could come in.
Yeah, and I still don't understand what the who Israel thinks would come up next that would be better for Israel. Do you see what I'm saying? Like
they might say anybody. They might say as long as
it's not going to be any of the religious leaders because they all believe the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's going to get you up to speed on that. And coming up next, how you can help your community this summer. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump is abruptly leaving the Group of Seven summit, departing a day early as the conflict between Israel and Iran intensifies. And he has declared that Tehran should be evacuated immediately. World leaders had gathered today in Canada with the specific goal of helping to defuse a series of global pressure points, only to be disrupted by a showdown over Iran's nuclear program that could escalate in dangerous and uncontrollable ways. Israel launched an aerial bombardment campaign against Iran 4 days ago. At the summit, Trump warned that Tehran needs to curb its nuclear program before it's, quote, too late. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check that road home tonight. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. That road home not looking too bad right now. Westbound 10 still a little bit slow past the 202. And in Phoenix, we've got a crash to report at 19th Avenue and Greenway. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. And now back to Bruce Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Heather. Hey, we're outspoken against hunger this summer, specifically knowing that there are tens of thousands, that's right, tens of thousands of kids who are not getting nutritious meals because they're not in school. They're not getting a breakfast. They're not getting a lunch. They're lucky to be eating one time a day at this point. And we want to do something about it. And we want to give you guys the opportunity to help us do something about it. It's why we're outspoken against hunger. Now, just the other day, we sent KTAR's own Ballon Oversolts down to St. Mary's Food Bank. Now, there is a location here called downtown Phoenix, right by 17. He went to the Surprise location, which is like a satellite version of it, where they still do distribution and everything there. And he learned some pretty interesting stuff.
St. Mary's Food Bank has seen a massive rise in the number of people it serves, up to 10,000 a week between its Surprise and Phoenix locations. That includes people like Evelyn Coombs.
It's wonderful, and I'm really thankful that they have things like this for us seniors. I'm on Social Security and Medicare, and between the two, I really have no money left for food.
But it's not just seniors. There were several families waiting in line, too, during our visit. Jerry Brown with the food bank says they see more families during summer since kids are not getting fed at school. Lydia Blake was there with her 2 kids and says she has to go to the food bank because her SNAP benefits do not last the whole month.
And mine renews on every 7th, so that's why I have to come here at the end of the month or beginning so I can restock my fridge.
She's thankful for St. Mary's Food Bank, saying it gives her the security of knowing her kids will not be going without a meal.
It really helps my family out, just knowing that I don't have to really stress and worry about it all the time.
And St. Mary's Food Bank is asking for your help, whether that's through donations of canned goods, going down to volunteer, or with monetary donations. Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
All right. Wow. So we've got some people there who are on food stamps. We've got folks who run out of money, and then there's no food at the end of the month.
Can't make it to the end.
We've got some folks that are on government assistance. It only goes so far. And so that's what we're looking at. We're looking at you helping us as we've asked this hour for $1,000. We're trying to get to 1,000.
Yeah.
We're halfway there, Bruce.
Okay.
Very good first 22 minutes of the hour. We're 500
It's
in.
the best 22 minutes of the hour.
Yeah. So, again, every donation is going to be matched by Axon.
That's pretty cool. And I don't want to, let's not, gloss over that. It's incredibly generous. Let's be honest. That our friend over there, Josh Isner, who's the president of Axon, agreed to match the first $50,000 we raise.
Right.
He's going to reach into his pocket, come up with $50,000. I say this nicely to Josh because he seems like a really nice guy. We want to take every last penny of that, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to leave anything on the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you make a donation plus the match, your $5 now equals 50 meals. Your $100 now equals 1,000 meals. If you got $1,000 out there with this donation, your donation plus the match, $1,000 is 10,000 meals.
That's amazing.
Okay?
That's amazing.
Text the word food.
Please.
To 620-620.
Yeah.
We got to hit the quota of 1,000 by the end of the month. By the end of the
hour.
By the hour. Sorry.
Okay.
Remember, I get punchy.
It's okay. Okay. Well, we're 23 minutes into it now, so yeah.
We made 500. We need another 500.
We can do that.
Text the word food to 620-620. You're going to feed a lot of kids with your help this
Team
summer.
6 o'clock, we're looking at you.
Love it.
Text food.
Love it.
To 620-620.
Fantastic.
So earlier, 5 o'clock, every Monday, we talk to Megan McCain. It's Mondays with Megan. And coming up next, we're going to play you some of the highlights. I think we have to talk about, and we started off with her, the latest on what was going on in the Middle East. Mondays with Megan, the remix. It's coming up next on Outspoken. Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text food to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, America Roofing's ready to come to your house. Monsoon season is almost here. And if you haven't had the pre-storm inspection, you need to get that today. You need to call America Roofing today. You need to mention Gatos today, because then you mentioned me, you get a free evaluation of your roof. Don't let a storm roll into Arizona, roll into the valley, and all of a sudden it's raining in your living room. You're going to think this won't happen to me. Let me tell you, it happens to a lot of us. America Roofing will tell you they get phone calls every day after a monsoon that there is a leak, and the homeowner had no idea. They've gotten calls during monsoons. It's raining in my living room. I have no idea what to do. Well, America Roofing knows what to do. But you can nip this in the bud if you just get that pre-storm inspection of your roof. Let them check it out for you before the rain comes. So it's very simple. You get on their schedule, 602-960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. In a post on his social media platform tonight, President Trump advising the citizens of Tehran, a city with a population nearly 10 million people, to, quote, immediately evacuate. Iran and Israel continue to launch a new wave of missiles at each other. ABC News chief foreign correspondent Ian Pinnell is in Tel Aviv.
The U.S. hoping not to be drawn into this, but news that they're deploying an aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers to the region without delay.
Also, the president is leaving the G7 summit in Canada early tonight. A U.S. attorney says the 57-year-old Minnesota man who's in custody for shooting and killing a state lawmaker and her husband, quote, stalked his victims like prey. Vance Bolter also allegedly wounding Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife in Saturday's attacks. ABC's Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas on a possible motive.
We know that they found some documents in one of his vehicles, and that document contained a list of at least dozens of targets, and also there were references to abortion. There is some evidence that he was obsessed with the issue of abortion, and they think that was among the factors that led him to do what he did.
An individual who was infectious with measles was traveling through Sky Harbor Airport.
The Maricopa County Department of Public Health is warning locals about a measles detection, and KTAR's Balin Overstolz joins us live from the News Center to tell us more.
The county health department has received word a person infected with measles traveled through Sky Harbor last week. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Nick Staub saying the person is not a local, but others could be at risk of infection.
Who are unvaccinated, may have been exposed to this individual, would be very likely to get measles because it is so contagious. So we're reminding folks to make sure that you're up to date on your vaccinations, that you know your vaccine status.
And the exposure was in Sky Harbor's Terminal 4 and Concourses C and D. If you were in those areas on Tuesday from 5 p.m. to midnight, check your vaccination status. And if you do develop measles symptoms, self-isolate and seek medical care. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Checking sports tonight. It's a day off for the Arizona Diamondbacks after taking 2 out of 3 from the San Diego Padres over the weekend. They'll be north of the border tomorrow afternoon to start off a series with the Toronto Blue Jays. Phoenix Mercury coming off a win yesterday over the Las Vegas Aces. They'll be back on the court Wednesday afternoon in Connecticut, where they'll take on the Sun. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time for a look at the road home once again with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Valley Freeway is moving along nicely. Just one wreck to report on the surface streets right now in Phoenix at 32nd Avenue and Osborne. Traffic brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try their burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84 the overnight low temp, and then a little bit cooler tomorrow, 110, 111 on Wednesday, but right back up there at 114 by Thursday. In Surprise, it's 108. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizinga here. If you were at Sky Harbor Airport on the night of June 10th and you're feeling a little itchy, there's a good reason for that, and authorities may need to quarantine you. Adventures with Measles in Arizona on the next Chris and Joe show, coming up tomorrow at 2.
Yeah, some dope walked through Sky Harbor Airport with the measles. Thanks a lot, man.
Good grief.
I mean, you're walking around, you got red blotches on you, and you're thinking, maybe this is not the right place for me to be.
I'm not meaning to defend the person. I don't know what the symptoms to measles are other
red
than
blotches
the red blotches
all over your body.
But is there a chance you could have it and not know it?
I don't know.
I
think this guy probably, he was walking around with red blotches.
There's a chance of blotches.
Possibility, yeah.
Good.
I mean,
contains blotches.
You could be exposed and then maybe be carrying it and not know it yet. So
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, guy.
Either way.
Appreciate it. All right.
None of it good.
Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to her live at 5 o'clock. At 6:30, Bruce likes to call it Remix. Israel, Iran, President Trump telling people in Iran, get out. Yeah. My goodness. What did Meghan have to say? Take a listen.
I mean, my concern is Iran has allies just in the same way that Israel does. Yeah. And those allies are our enemies in Russia and China and, basically all the bad places, the axis of evil, if you will, on the planet. And that is my concern, is the escalation. Am I on the side of Israel? Always. Yeah. Clearly.
Me too.
But I think, like metaphorically and literally, when you open up a grenade, you don't always know where it's going to explode and what's going to happen. And just in my life and on my show, anecdotally, there's a lot of people in my age range that are like older millennials where I've spent more than 2/3 of my life with people I know fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. And there is a real hesitation and a real, I think, skepticism of, any kind of engagement whatsoever. That doesn't mean that, it's neither here nor there. But I do think if he ends up going full force supporting, I don't anticipate like boots on the ground or anything like that. But if we are somehow engaged in another Middle Eastern war, I do think it will start having impact on his base, and not just the fringe Tucker Carlson people, but like more mainstream conservatives as well.
I'm not saying you blew past it, but I do think it's an important point. Russia and China have a vested interest in Iran. I don't know if Russia or China are going to use this as an opportunity to poke a finger in the eye of the U.S.
I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's everyone's existential fear right now. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of anxiety about this. Even just like it's hard to kind of scroll on social media last night before I went to bed. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's seen it. The images of like missiles coming down in Lebanon and then missiles coming down in Tel Aviv. It's very dystopian. And again, I am not, is like way above my pay grade, like to anticipate what happens next. But I do think that the president has really smart people around him. And I think right now I'm just sort of like in a wait and see before I make my last judgment call. But I do think if somehow we were in like a full-fledged international war with Iran, I do think the American public, they're not going to be as supportive as maybe Trump thinks.
And again, there are certain sites, apparently Israeli media is saying that U.S. fighter jets are participating in some way, shape, or form. I mean, this may be the type of war that you could just do from the air. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
That means that we're in it.
Yeah. But Iran was going to blame us anyway, weren't they?
Yeah, but we're in it now. If that is the truth, we have entered the war.
That's coming from Israelis Channel 14 is where I'm getting that information.
All right. Meghan McCain is joining us Mondays with Meghan. So over the weekend, we'll keep up with the violence. What happened in Minnesota? So they found and arrested the Minnesota man that shot and murdered the Democratic Speaker of the House and a Democratic state senator. Okay, so
and it had a list, by the way, of 70 other elected officials, et cetera, all over the state.
So we've seen this before, unfortunately. It seems to be getting worse. We had Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. His home was burned down. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, there were threats to her. Yeah. You can talk about locally here, like, former Maricopa County recorder, Stephen Richer, his life was threatened how many times? Same with Hobbs when she was Secretary of State.
Gabby Giffords. I mean, years ago. What I'm saying? I mean, this has been a problem.
I think it's
also just a few days ago. Sorry to interrupt you, Gatos, but congressional candidate Daniel Hernandez in Tucson. Someone shot up his congressional headquarters just a few days ago.
Yeah, which is also his house.
Horrific.
Yeah, he has his headquarters there. Yeah,
I think I'm disturbed by it all. Don't get me wrong, but the thing that Donald Trump didn't do, he should have done. He was asked today if he had called Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And he said, quote, well, it's a terrible thing. I think he's a terrible governor. I think he's grossly incompetent person. But I may call him. I may call other people too. It's the utter lack of empathy from Donald Trump. I know there's a lot going on, and he's not bringing the country together. Joe Biden didn't bring the country together either. But my goodness, after something like this happens, you don't even call the governor, who would have made a terrible vice president if you ask me. But still, call the governor. You're the president of the United States. No.
Yeah, and I also, some things are really beyond politics, and it's just a horrific tragedy. And this poor couple, and it was clearly politically motivated by a psychopath. And people that go on social media and blame one party or the other when you're a psychopath, someone who takes a gun and shoots a lawmaker is a psychopath. Period.
Dresses like a police officer. It knocks on the door type thing. Yeah.
And I agree with you that there are times and moments that leadership and, real compassion should come into play. And I agree with you that it's an absolutely missed opportunity. I don't agree with it, and I don't think that language is productive. I will also say, after Luigi Mangione shot the CEO of the major insurance company, health insurance company, I was horrified by the amount of people saying it was justified and saying, even like Taylor Lorenz, who used to be at the Washington Post, was calling him hot and saying that, he did what he had to do. We are now in a place where our culture is justifying murder for political reasons, which for me is a horrifying place to be. And it should be horrifying, by the way, for anyone who makes their living in commentary, which the three of us do, and anyone in politics, and it should horrify any American. But I have people that I know that are, pretty high-level commentators on cable news that are very freaked out right now. And I don't know where we're at when violence and murder against politicians is the answer in any way. And it's just you are a psychopath and it's lunacy, and I won't accept any other explanation.
Feels like it's getting worse.
It totally feels like it's getting worse.
All right. That's Meghan McCain. And she joins us every Monday. Mondays with Megan airs at 5, 6:30. We do a little bit of the remix, give you some of the highlights. Very busy week. I would say very busy weekend into today with Israel.
This week is exhausting me.
I'm tired already.
This is the longest week of my life.
I might take a day off this week.
The latest is, again, if you believe some of this, is the consultation/decision that's going on. Should the United States bomb Iran's nuclear facilities?
They're the only ones that can do it.
The United States, put it this way, Israel doesn't have bombers.
Right.
They have fighter jets, American fighter jets. They don't have bombers.
They don't have those bunker busters.
They don't have. We are the only nation that has the bunker buster bomb to begin with.
That goes on the B-2 bomber.
Yeah. And so for that to happen, American pilots in an American plane would drop an American bomb on Iran.
So I want you to think about it this way, too. If we do that, and we hit, they don't have any more nuclear weapons or
I don't know if it's a guarantee, but certainly is a,
This is a major decision that Trump has to make. Because I'm thinking, I don't want to get involved. I'd rather not see us get involved. But if you have a chance to take out and make sure that there are no nuclear weapons in Iran, you might have to do it.
Yeah. We'll see what Russia and China have to say about it.
Hey, I didn't say it was going to be easy.
No, yeah.
All right, coming up next. Let's see. Oh, my goodness. We've got so much stuff. Hey, do you have soft skills? If not, you may get fired. Ouch. Yeah, we'll talk about it coming up next.
Hey, I want to talk to you literally about the last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything. It's called a Life Changer loan. And you might be skeptical. And by the way, you should be skeptical. You should be. Bring that skepticism over to lifechangerloan.com and find out how a Life Changer loan works. I can give you the top line issues here, okay? A Life Changer loan replaces the traditional 30-year mortgage. And you do all of your regular banking inside your mortgage, which means you always have access to your equity. And it means you could use your money to pay down your mortgage quicker. Most people can pay off a house in less than 10 years. Average person does it in under 5. All right. It could be the last piece of financing you ever need for anything. You ever need money, you borrow back from yourself. Why? Because you've got good credit, because you've been good with money. And because of that, you shouldn't be in the traditional mortgage. Reach out today. Lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. It's why we say it's not magic. It's just math.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Federal prosecutors say the 57-year-old man who's in custody for shooting and killing a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband, quote, stalked his victims like prey. Vince Bolter also allegedly wounding Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife in Saturday's attacks. Here's ABC's Faith Abube in Minneapolis.
Court documents say the 57-year-old husband and father started his alleged murderous rampage around 2 a.m., disguised as a police officer and heavily armed with firearms and body armor. Bolter also wearing what authorities call a hyper-realistic mask made of latex, driving an SUV decked out in emergency lights and a license plate that read police.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's check on roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Valley Freeway is mostly moving along nicely. There's one spot of slowing on I-10 eastbound at the Stack as you move through the Central Business District. Other than that, it's a great time to drive home. Traffic brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
What's the secret to a solid night's sleep as financial markets run wild? Thinking too much about inflation. Catch the Wealth Factor with Bobby Iacchino on KTAR, Saturdays at 2 p.m. When headlines spell chaos and your mind is spinning, let Bobby slow your brain down to a walk. Bobby's got 3 decades in markets, and he knows what to look at. Tune in and listen for yourself. The Wealth Factor, this Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Hey, time to visit KTAR.com. Scroll down, look to the right. We've got the Big Q. Which was a bigger flop? Trump's parade? No King's protest.
I guess it depends on what network you watched will determine this, right?
What do you mean, Bruce?
Because some news channels either built it up as the biggest, most bigly thing that's ever happened bigly, and others portrayed it as nobody showed up.
All right. So
both sides, by the way, either of the events.
So let's play some audio.
Oh.
PBS.
Okay.
This is their television production.
They ran just like a live stream
of
show.
Trump.
Yeah, they ran the whole parade.
We're going to run 18 seconds of PBS.
Okay.
And then we're going to run the same 18 seconds.
Same video.
But it's Fox.
On Fox TV, Fox News.
Tell me what the difference is.
Okay, I'm listening.
All right. PBS. Trump
first.
at the podium.
Oh, he's speaking. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
And Trump's like walking.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to Vice President Vance. And thank you to our wonderful First Lady.
Okay, that was
that's
PBS.
There's nothing wrong with that, right?
This is this is Fox airing the same
piece of video.
Okay, I just want everybody to know we did not doctor this.
Oh
no.
Wow.
This is not doctored.
No. Play that last piece again. This is Fox's version of the exact same. Trump's walking up to the microphone addressing the crowd.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to
well, it
Vice
just kind of suddenly
President
shut
Vance.
off, didn't it? Yeah.
So I don't know which one to believe. What am I supposed to believe now?
Help you out. Everybody else who carried it live, I want to say there were 8 networks in total.
Yeah.
Including Fox Nation, their streaming, didn't have the cheering in it. Only one did.
Maybe Fox had the microphone in a different place than everybody else.
Yeah, right.
Is it plausible?
No. We know what they did. They produced it. They added sound effects to make it sound bigger.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
It wasn't the only thing they did.
Is that so?
Yeah. They also added a crowd singing to Trump that apparently didn't make it on any other streaming service, network, or phone.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah, I do. That's not that hard.
I don't know what to believe anymore. Goodness gracious.
All right. Okay, what's the poll? You didn't do the poll.
Oh, I already deleted it.
Oh.
I forgot.
Okay.
I got rid of it. You
now
want me to go
we don't
back?
know what to believe.
Oh, who the heck cares?
Yeah. Well, one had 60,000, one had 3 million. So,
yeah.
Ooh, that's a big difference in math there.
I'm not a math whiz.
I was surprised to see the No Kings protest everywhere in Phoenix. It was in every city. And you know, I mean, I'm just it was a protest. It was how do I say this? Where there wasn't any violence. People took to the streets. They pretty much behaved themselves in most of the place. Horns were honking.
But both the parade and the No Kings, I didn't see see violence at
I'm
anything.
tired of seeing violence.
Yeah, I didn't notice that whatsoever.
Tired of it. So
Yeah.
all right. Hey, we got 1 minute left.
Oh,
you want some numbers? I got outspoken against hunger.
Oh, yeah, like a tally. Okay, so we've been asking every hour. We pit the hours against each other. Team 4 o'clock, Team 5 o'clock, Team 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
To see who can raise more money for St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yeah.
All right?
I can tell you that we asked for $1,000 this hour.
Okay.
Okay.
How'd we do?
Very well. We're 200 short, though.
Oh.
I mean, listen.
So anyway, we're at 800.
$800 is
nothing to sneeze at.
That's what I was going to say. It's nothing to sneeze at.
Okay.
But we do have 6 minutes to hit our quota.
You can do it.
So
you can do it.
Let's get some kids fed in this
please.
state. St. Mary's Food Bank. All you have to do, we need 200 more bucks.
Yeah.
Maybe one of you can do that. Boom, right away. Maybe there's one you can send 50. Text the word food to 620. 620. Need $200 in the next 6 minutes.
Outstanding. You guys can do it. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Justin Time over there. Our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her, of course. The pride of Tennessee, that's Becky Lynn with all your news and information. And hey, she's been getting you home all day with traffic. That's Heather Larson. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Now, during our summer sale, save up to $1,000. We're paying your sales tax. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends soon.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results. Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries. He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all, and after all the frustration, he called Sweet James. His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him. In this situation, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, the results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James and don't wait. 800-9-million. That phone number, once again, is 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, or you can find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale,